intertwine. That there's a key I cannot find, a way to free what's trapped inside. A journey way to path and see, to find this truth, to chase the dream. Love, I'll search the skies till I'm loved. I'll never die, for every soul has seen this until our love, I'll never sleep.
Fak'ugesi 2024 until unlocked.
2nd to the 5th October.
Arcade, expos, showcases, family day, hackathons, plus awards. All things digital.
Tickets on sale, fak'ugesi.co.za.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this early. I know it's not a 9 to 5, but please, thank you very much. So we are about to kickstart our first panel of the day, which it's titled Cosmic Ancestry. And here on stage, I have my beautiful people to just take us through this journey and just explain what it's all about. And we have our moderator here, Andrea. I hope I said it correctly. Welcome again and stay tuned. And welcome to the Fak'ugesi 2024 until unlocked. Thank you. Take it away.
Thank you. Hello. So, good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the exciting panel discussion at Fak'ugesi Until Unlocked, titled Cosmic Ancestry. Today, we are privileged to explore the intersection of art, ancestral heritage, and the cosmos with a remarkable group of thinkers and artists. Our conversation will mix cultural narratives, artistic expression, and profound influences of cosmic and ancestral connections in creative work. My name is, I am Andrea Oliveira. I am a doctor professor in digital doctor professor at the Federal University of Santa Maria, south of Brazil, and the director of Labinter, that's a lab of digital art. And also, I will be moderating today's discussion. I am pleased to introduce our panelists, Dr. Renzo Filinish, an artist and postdoctoral research at Wits University, Bettina Malcomes, writer, artist, and faculty member in fine arts at Wits as well, and Quasi Darko, a fine artist, photographer, digital arts, and curator based in Acre. Yes. Each of them brings a unique perspective to our conversation, and I'm certain we are for a thought-provoking section. Let us dive into a rich tapestry of ideas connecting the cosmos and our everyday life. Welcome. So I am here as moderator, but I also participate in the project. So we will share with you the project that we have done. It's a joint project between Labinter, how I said before, the UFSM University, and Wits University. I would like to make a few comments about our project, Cosmic Ancestral, a transcultural video art project created through collaboration and collective effort. This work originates for a shared desire to produce something meaningful based on the culture and technology exchanges between Brazil and South Africa. So this global South exchange is really important for us. At the heart of Cosmic Ancestry proposal, it's a simple and yet profound question. So the project starts with these two questions. What cosmologies and technologies do we uncover when you look at the sky? And which ancestries still guide our paths here on Earth? So I think it is really important to emphasize two aspects of this project. One, it is his collaborative process of creation, and as well the cosmological and technological aspect of the project. This collaborative process of creation started actually in 2017. So since 2017, we have been working together with this exchange between Brazil and South Africa. I think it's really rich, this kind of exchange. Unfortunately, in Brazil, we don't know too much about what's going on in Africa, and I think maybe as well here. And it's really rich, this exchanging what's going on, what's the production, it is our similarities and our singularities. And so in 2017, we started a project with UT University in Durban, always producing together digital art. So we produced in that time one interactive installation that called Same But Different. And after we start to produce projects for full dome, video art projects for full dome projection in planetariums. And in 2022, I guess, it's my first time here in Wits University. I met Bettina. It's very important to thank Professor René Smith, that it is the Dean of Faculty of Art.
Head of schools. Head of the School of Arts.
Yes, thank you, Renzo. And so Professor René, that actually really encouraged us to make these joint projects, for us to have it is exchanged between Brazil and South Africa. And so I started with this project in 2023. So from Durban, we have a friend that calls Luyanda, and now he's a PhD student in Johannesburg University. And we start to talk which kind of project we would like to do again. And Luyanda starts to provoke with those questions. What we see when you look at the sky? What means look at the sky? And so I brought these questions to the group in Wits University, and we started to develop the project. So our methodology, it is we meet each other once a week or twice a month, online for sure. So in Labinter, we have a group around, I think, 6 people working the project. And for us, it was really important what means when you look at the sky in terms of cosmology. And it was really interesting, the answers and what moves the thought from people here and people in Brazil. And we had many people saying, oh, I have the feeling of freedom and how the powerful and all the spiritual dimension that comes from the sky. But as well, people saying, oh no, when I look at the sky nowadays, I feel the satellites, I feel all the control that we have, I feel all the surveillance that we have. And so here is the beginning of the project. But now I will share with Bettina and Renzo how was to develop the project, as well to Quasi Darko, for him to share with us. I know that he works with a really interesting project, with talking about also with the issues of cosmology. So we are really curious and interesting to know about your project. So I think you can have this conversation, Bettina, Renzo, and Darko Quasi. Thank you very much. Sorry for my English. I hope that you are understanding me and we can have a conversation. Thank you.
All right, I will start, if you don't mind. Sorry for my English too, but it's part of this cosmologies, language, informations, different parts of the planet. I must say it, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to Fak'ugesi, for being here and exchange our ideas and our process as an artist that working with technology, and how, from our own perspective, our own culture, our own geography, we create with our own cosmologies creatively, how we engage with technology in our own disciplines, in our own research. I suppose that was the main focus too with Cosmic Ancestry when we interchanged for the first time these ideas and how we observe the sky. From my own perspective, Andrea, I must say that when you told me cosmos, that means cosmos from the original etymology means organization, order of something, is how we organize the matter that I observe in that moment, how I organize the matter that can be the sky or can be any kind of matter from my own point of view, and how my point of view or my own perspective are engaged with the perspective of the other that come from South Africa in this case, or come from Brazil. And how these different points of view or different perspectives understand that matter is going to be involved in a technological process. And this is a very interesting question nowadays because we as teachers too, we are engaged with different perspectives with our students. So it means students that come from Ghana, students that come from Jodhpur or from Durban. They have their own history, they have their own construction, they have their own culture and points of view. And at the same time, cosmologists, as we know, engage with technologies because it's how they engage with techniques from their own perspective to he working with video, art, and how we understand hero's technique with the technology and how we understanding with their own perspective from the place that he comes from. So in that sense, in my particular point of view, Cosmic Ancestry opened this relationship between different origins observing the same kind of phenomenon, that in that case is the sky, but how our perspective is engaged in the final result of the artistic project, the artwork in this artwork. How my point of view, my perspective to observing the sky can be represented in this global artistic project that is Cosmic Ancestry, that is Brazil, in my case Chile, in the case of Bettina, South Africa. How my perspective is respected and have a space in that. And we're using the same technology that is the post-production of this video or the post-production in the audio So I find that, in that sense, a very important experience from an educational perspective, because if we engage with this kind of methodologies inside the academia or inside the artistic production with the students, can open many spaces for students that have different language, not only speaking in English. I mean, different language means speaking in Zulu, in Cossack, etc., can be represented in a production of artistic project with different language, that mean different cosmologies, that mean different techniques. In that sense, I find a window that can be observed and can be reflected about it with this comic ancestry word. Ancestry, in the other way, is the antecessors, and how our memory from our own cultural aspects, pre-colonial, post-colonial, or during colonial, are represented in that sense too in our techniques or in our engagement with technology, in our own transformations, mutation with these technologies. So yeah, this is my own point of view, my own perspective, how I observe this collaborative project between Brazil, Chile in my case, and South Africa. So yeah, I must say I'm very grateful for that experience during these 2 years. And the new one that we're going to present on Tuesday is another collaboration that we can talk later about it. But yeah, that's it for me.
Just tell the image that you are seeing. It is the project. So it's a video art that the goal is to show in the planetarium. So you can imagine this in a dome projection. And because this is the shape and the movement, it is then to think about the dimension of the planetary. Please, Ritin.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm so participating in the project as a South African along with a few other people. And I think what was really lovely about the project is that we had never met. So I mean, I had met Andrea, but I hadn't met Renzo. And then the sense that one can also use the kind of technological networks and connection to navigate and make a kind of world-making project, I guess. And I think cosmologies are always a form of an imaginary, or the kind of encapsulation of a world in a particular kind of set of terms or imaginaries. And of course, the mathematics of our kind of technologies allow for different representations, which also determine how we see the world to some extent. So for me, I've always been interested in these technological ancestors in some way, and how they shape our current forms of representation through our current media or mediations or technologies. So in this case, the digital dome is kind of referenced here, but you're not seeing it as you're meant to see it, which would be in this dome projection. Hopefully, at some point, we can use the digital dome here at WITS to do that. But I think sometimes there was definitely a sort of sense of things lost in translation, and that one couldn't account for all the different points of view and languages at work within the project. And I'm often really interested as a writer in many ways in these kinds of slippages, and in my practice as well. And I think a cosmology is necessarily contingent on the kinds of forms of representation available to those imagining the world through the cosmology. And so you're imagining a set of relationships, a set of complex ecologies that go beyond your kind of physical reality to imagine larger relationships that determine or influence or shape the kind of field in which you can act, operate, think, imagine, see, feel, etc. So a cosmology is a very brave kind of, I guess, guesswork that is happening, and that is happening at the level of, the testing of reality, but kind of imagining into being a certain set of forces, and they might usually have taken the form of a god or a myth or a mythological creature who would have influence over your world and to whom you'd ask, for kinds of, I don't know, for a better world or for the forces to be cooperative or whatever they might be. And so there's something interesting if you think about mathematical modeling, which is the basis of so many of our computational systems. And I came from a science, applied mathematics, physics degree back when I was a student. So there was always this interesting way in which one could imagine a world outside of the kind of Euclidean geometries that have determined the shape of this building, for example, and the kinds of technologies with whatever materials we're using that have imagined this space into being. So there could be a world which is defined by very different kinds of spatial relationships. For example, if everything was spherical, or if you accepted that space was spherical, the shortest distance between 2 points would not be a straight line, it would always be a curved line. And so there's a fine line between a cosmology as an imposition of an imaginary onto a reality, or as a description of the possible, the possible relations, and the possibility of invisible or unseen forces shaping the world. So I think what I really liked about the project is the way that we all contributed different ideas of different ancestries that brought these different magical forces and real forces into play with each other, and their kinds of representations through animal figures or maps, or kind of cherubs that you saw in the world kind of cosmological map. And of course, in things like the Mappa Mundi, the original maps of the world from the Middle Ages, which were, hand-drawn and illustrated and often also included in these massive codex books, which were written out by hand, and this rewriting of classical knowledges in Europe by hand from the reconstituted sort of lost texts of antiquity, European antiquity. There's something about that. There's this one very famous one, I forget the name, but it is held by a Christ. So there's a figure, the figure of Jesus holds the map on the edges of the map. So there's the map of the world, one of these flattened out representations, as we saw on what we're doing on the Digital Zone. And then on the edges of that are the hands of the Christ figure, who is holding the world. And I'm always curious about a cosmology as exactly that, as a holding of the world, and somebody has been imagined into being as holding the world. And of course, in our very technological, perhaps very mediatized world, I guess the question is, who is holding the world for us right now? Yeah, so thanks.
Thank you, Bettina. Please, Quasi
so
Darko.
Can you? I created an animation film. It's called The Web of Tales, and it follows a young black man called Tuntun, and he is young. He's in a space where he's transitioning from a young man into an adult. And initially, in the past in Ghana, we had transitional rights for young people, for young women, for young men that were transitioning into adulthood. They taught you how to carry yourself, how to respect the universe, how to balance yourself with nature, how to balance yourself with other people. But a lot of that is lost. Most people are not interested in those rights anymore. So a lot of young people have to figure out life for themselves. They have to figure out the kind of adults they want to be for themselves. And so this film came from several conversations with colleagues and friends about a certain old knowledge, a certain knowledge that is lost. And for me, what is this knowledge? This knowledge is understanding that in this universe, I know when we speak about the cosmos or the cosmology, we tend to look outside, but it's also inside, you know, because even biologically, you are hosting a whole group of organisms within. So you are like a universe to them, you know, just the same way you are looking out and you're looking at the moon and you're looking at, exactly. So for me, it's understanding our place and just trying to find a way to coexist, you know, with the other things that also have an equal right to exist, just as you do. But so yeah, I think for me that is my understanding. I can go more as we go, but I would like to end here as we move forward.
Yeah, I think it's really important, this local dimension that you are bringing here. So, like in our project, we have a network of 4 universities. So here in South Africa, it's Wits University, Bettina and Renzo. And in Durban University, Professor Tasney and the artist Luyanda. In Brazil, in Labinter, that it is me, Valkyria, Mateus, Ingra. And we have another university in the Northeast, the Federal University of Bahia, with Professor Cristiano Figueiró. And so the 4 starts to looking at the local questions, the local issues. So we start to record the paths, the everyday life, because we understand that cosmology and technology, they are always together. Each cosmology creates its own technologies, and its own technologies as well create its own cosmologies. And so we start to question ourselves. What it is our cosmology? Actually, I think our society miss a lot the cosmology dimensions, and we need to bring, you need, I think when we say about the ancestral heritage, is not something in the past, it is really something really actual, and something that can help us to break with this universal idea of cosmology and the technology. So the project was a real practice to see our everyday life. Where is the cosmology here? In this place. And each thinker's artist was thinking and sharing these ideas in the project. So I would like that you talk a little bit more about this local experience in the project, the 3 of you.
Yeah, I can. I think it. Yeah, I think there was a collecting of different language recordings, and there had been an attempt to sort of speak to this idea of what we see when we look at the sky. You know, that's, we have to understand also the kind of, I guess, colonial inheritances that one is trying to break with at some level there, and the kinds of, it's in some ways the universal and planetary imaginaries are shaped by geopolitical imagination that is colonial, I would argue. But is there another kind of way to fracture that, or to differentiate, or maybe use that, but kind of change and bring in some of the more local histories and enunciations that speak to things like rites of passage in Ghana, that orient the individual to the natural environment in ways that are not extractive, or not about control, you know, and ownership. So how do you you look at the sky from many points of view was maybe the question that I think that the digital projection and that 3D projection could answer, because you cannot see the whole of the dome at the same time. I don't know if you've been in a planetarium, but it's really difficult to look up and see the whole thing. You have to direct your attention to different parts. The framing changes. You could lie back, but this is quite a disorienting experience in a kind of audience situation. So, of course, this is very frontal here right now. You're facing us to give you information, but planetarium is quite a disorienting experience. And of course, the problem of not being able to ever see the whole from the singular is in a way the problem of collective vision. But maybe it is, I think, what the digital projections and the fragmentation and the way the image is cut up, or different images can coexist in that format, allows for this inhabitation of fragmentation or difference in a way that's quite interesting, not just like a postmodernism, but a kind of an ability to accept multiplicity, maybe, in some way, as a kind of given, as a cosmological condition. And I guess this thing of attention is quite interesting, because I think we live in a strongly defined and determined attention economy. Everything wants our attention all the time, especially these devices to which we're very addicted. And whether it's those devices are really used for work and communication, and it's absolutely essential. Banking, identification, etc. I guess, at what point can you begin to, I don't know, change your relationship to attention and shift that to something more like absorption or wondering or curiosity or dreaming again, and to kind of think with cosmological, especially from this continent, but also what that has in common with psychoanalysis in a European kind of tradition is the dream. The dream is like a really common and interesting, even rational Western thought makes meaning of the dream, as much as, ancestral traditions, such as different ones in Ghana and in this country and in Latin America. So, people would take different plants to dream, to open up the space of dreaming. And what is that as a knowledge practice? What might that mean for kind of indigenous knowledge practices to find a place in a much more techno-scientific and planetary cosmology, such as the one we exist in today? And the thing to accept there is that this is an imagination, an imagined cosmology that we live. The planetary is an imaginary. It is not a lived condition. It's an absolute imaginary, as magical as the Mappa Mundi, which is also a technology, a map held by Christ. It's, someone is holding the dream, and who that is, or maybe doesn't matter. How they hold it maybe matters more. I don't know. So something like that, I think.
Yeah.
Please. I was also going to say, sometimes when we talk about technology, we tend to think about it in physical, material forms, right? But there's also the metaphysical. So, for example, there's certain healing practices in Ghana where the only time you can actually mix certain ingredients is when the moon is at its highest, or there's certain times when the sun is at its highest. So we need to also start thinking of those terms and, moving forward through that. But I'm also curious about, because I know that in Latin America there's certain similarities between some of these traditions and Africa.
Yeah, sure. We cross in aspects that is from perspective or points of view, and this is for me the aspects that you mentioned, because language is, we can take it as a technology too. If we rescue ancient language or we rescue original language, we can have different ways of representations in that sense that you mentioned too. How we understand this Mapamundi from different perspective, not from one perspective, you know, not from one alphabet, from one organization of the alphabet of letters. So in my own experience, when I learning my indigenous language, that is Quechua in Latin America, changed my perspectives to another points of view to understand how I can engage this language in my own individual and cultural aspect, how it involved with others, and how I can involve that in my creative process with technology, because this language gives me another point of view to understand this technique or this technology that Spanish or English giving me in that moment. So I think the rescue of languages, languages, open us a different perspective of cosmos or cosmologies, not from scientific point of view, but from cosmos, from our own locality of understand cosmological points of view about this cosmos, this sky, not only watching the sky as a one shape, one form of clouds and everything. So how the sky giving me many representations about it, you know? That is something that we loosened with colonialism and these aspects of organization, scientific points of view, et cetera, et cetera. So perspective here is something that we can open as an artist in our practice as an artist, engage with our students as a teacher in educational points of view, you know? How we can open, like in Cosmic Ancestry, different perspective and be engaged in that process with different perspectives, can be involved in technological process with different techniques or different points of view in artistic project, no? That taking long time, because technology is mediating our time with production of arts too. That is another problem, because we don't engage deeply in understand our engagement with some technological machines or everything that or coding or et cetera, that we want, because we're using more these tools for just giving more fast process in our work, because we want to produce more than just understanding what we're using in that moment. So long process, long short circuits that we were discussing before this talk can help in us to understand more deeply our understanding of techniques and technology, how we can engage in the creative process as an artist. And this long process, giving us the knowledge or points of view in this long process of understanding many ways of language or many modes of existence, many modes of existence of the machines or the technical object, and the modes of existence of the beings inside me or outside of me, because that is inside me is how it's going to be using outside, and how it's mediated that is how I want to use my imagination in this mediation between my inside, my internal organism through the external organism, that is the architecture, the technology upside that, because this is another organism, that is another metabolism that always transforming how it's transforming inside of me. So that two transformations, two different systems, and how mediating these two systems is something that is very important in artistic practice, because the field of arts, as a technique, can help to reappropriate the technologies, industrialized technologies, to recreate with this technology something new and giving new language to these technologies that always we engage every day in our life, you know, and mediated our conscience, our dreams, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, that's for me a very important point, how we can take in cosmic ancestry and this kind of practice from different language or perspectives and different ways of dreaming. Thank you.
No, I think I'm okay.
So I think we could open this conversation to some questions, some aspects. Yes, please.
These very beautiful projections. Sorry, I wasn't here at the very start of the session. Are these actual projections that were created for digital dome display?
Yes. So we started to work with this kind of technology for dome Since 2016, Labinter starts to develop this technology in a project with Argentina in 2016, and so we developed the project during 1 year in that time, and we start to organize one festival in our planetarium. So in our university, we have a planetarium too, and once a year, we organize an international festival of video art full dome projection. And how we wish always to keep doing joint projects with South Africa. In some moment in Durban, we decided to bring this technology to our projects. So we developed with Durban University 2 projects, virtual monuments and counter monuments. And when we started to work with Wits University, we also decided that we could develop our ideas through this video art full dome project. So what we are seeing, it is the Cosmic Ancestry, the project that we finished, that in some moment, how Bettina said, we will show this in Wits University Planetarium too. But for me, what's the most important, it is to keep going, working together. It is how can we construct knowledge together? How can we share our experiences, our expertise, what we produce in the universities in Brazil can make sense and we can exchange with South Africa. And now you are looking one result, and maybe Renzo can talk a little bit more. We started to develop in the beginning of the year another project that we will be showing this Tuesday evening in the Origin Museum, that it is one interactive installation, works with AI. So in Labinter, since 2020, we have a project that we research AI art. And Renzo as well had a project here, Bettina together, and so, okay, let's do something together with this. So develop something together, that for me, it's the most important aspect. So.
Very grateful because this Tuesday we have a new collaboration together with Andrea and Labinter and Bix University that is called Quantum Echoes of Humanity. That is a project that begins last year, since I was involved in physics, in a physics lab with Professor Christo Doherty when I started my postdoctoral research here. Opened me many questions through physics phenomena, epistemological questions, because scientists have their own methodologies for creating their own knowledge. Artists, we have our own methodologies for create knowledge too. And how making dialogue between science and art was something that, for me particularly, understand a place like a lab. A lab when phenomena and scientific knowledge is created, but how we understand the space of lab as an hybrid space, how this hybrid space can be open, as I say, many perspectives or many points of view, or how we create many ways of understanding different epistemologies inside of a scientific lab, or why not calling now hybrid lab, no scientific lab. And how recreate this space as an interchange, a mutual interchange between artists, science, and how making more involved scientists into practice of arts can help on that. So Quantum Echoes of Humanity is something that is in the collaboration with Origin Center. We're using the metadata from Origin Center, that is 2,000 images from that place. And we create with artificial intelligence, recreate this metadata into new kind of imagination. Is a critical point of view why we understand today with all the algorithmization, or how we call intelligence nowadays. What is artificial intelligence, and what we understand as intelligence? What does that mean create knowledge today? Is not in self humanity artificial in that sense? Is not humanity in itself kind of artificial knowledge too in that sense, because we all the time using technology for obtaining some kind of knowledge, like the Google, translators, etc., etc. So what can we take now in account a biological imagination outside of artificiality, and how the artificiality create imaginations? So this is something that we discussed with Andrea in the beginning of the year, and we're working with a collaborative team with computer scientists, artists, of course, and philosophy of technology. And it's going to be opening this Tuesday in Origin Center, and anthropology, of course, because we open the question of anthropologically how the tools modify our own shape and our own structure of knowledge to us as humans. Since our tool from tools, ancient tools, like the first tool made by stones. So how these stones transform today into computers, quantum computers, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, there is very interesting this collaboration, because the most important point for me was engage students in that process. So in this exhibition, we're going to see students' works too, that they're going to exhibit their own process, their own work, how they understand technologies, digital technologies in this kind of creativity process, from their own perspective, from their own cosmological perspective too, that is the South African perspective. So yes, you are all welcome to come this Tuesday. Our Origin Center, 5:30 is the opening. I want just say that something important is one for us, I suppose, in this collaboration is that we're taking is a quote from this Chinese philosopher, this Yu Hu. He said, why instead of asking how technology can change art, why we don't asking how art can change technologies? So this is a very nice question, because openness as an artist, how can art as a discipline, as a practice, can transform technology, in the homogenization aspect, so create diversity through technology, and this diversity create different language and different perspectives and different imaginations, different points of view, as we say in this conversation today. Yeah.
Yes, I think just to maybe have a concluding thought then to add to this is that, yeah, there's something, I look at the history of information technology, that's my real interest area, but I'm really interested in how that maps across to kind of understandings of nervous systems also as networks, as information networks, and us as kind of plugged into, or even the kind of new understandings of forests as information networks because of mycelium networks that enable trees to send signals to each other about different kinds of dangers, for example, predatorial insects, and they're able to then release chemicals into the air through their own leaves that may kind of deter these insects, these tree predators. But and I think in a universe of signals, if that's the thing that defines our imagination at the moment very strongly, because we're so connected to these information networks and flows, and ideas of information even shape our understandings of the body, I think there's something really interesting there to understand maybe that that everything you put into the world kind of matters and shapes it, actually. Again, every microscopic piece of information shapes the universe of information. So there's something about taking responsibility for the information in some way that you put into the world and that you take in as well, and how you hone your attention skills or reading skills. But in that, I think the kind of provocation that the artist can shape the technology is interesting, because, I mean, Samuel Morse, the person who gave us Morse code, which was the standard code used for telegraphic communication before the kinds of communicative systems we have, and that was in place until well into the 60s, he was an artist. I mean, and he in fact invented this code for another imaginary of the world, and he was quite disturbed by how the telegraph system was used for military means, and kind of the secret codes, that were used to communicate. So, I suppose, to kind of pay attention to the code, literally, and the artist behind it, maybe is quite important. So,
Yeah, for me, I think I agree with everything you guys have just said, but to add to that too, I think in that practice it's important to also not dismiss the knowledge that comes in different forms that we are not used to. There's things that have been, every technology, every material forms that is taking place now is coming from certain things that have already been done, and we are all just building on it and moving forward. So if it comes in ways that we don't understand or in ways that we are not familiar with, as artists, we owe it to ourselves to be open enough to try and understand it and to give it a form in different ways. I think for me that's that.
So, we'd like to invite you to see the Cosmic Ancestral, even that's not in a right projection, but at least you can enjoy, and the sound is very important. So Nels make me sing. So could you show, please? Please, could you put since the beginning? Hã? Não, não tá aí? So, thank you very much. Thank you for our panelists for the discussion. A special thank you for Fak'ugesi and Wits University, Professor Crystal and Professor Renee that support the university, and everybody here. Thank you.
I think we're just going to go straight into the next session. Okay.
Heart of mine, dreams and hopes they intertwine. But there's a key I cannot find, a way to free what's trapped inside. A journey way to path and see, to find what's truth, to chase the dream of love. I'll search the skies until I'm loved. I'll never die, for every soul has secrets. Until I'm loved, I'll never sleep.
Fak'ugesi 2024 until unlocked.
2nd to the 5th October.
Arcade, expos, showcases, family day, hackathons, plus awards. All things digital.
Tickets on sale, fak'ugesi.co.za.
Hello, everyone. I feel like saying good morning again because it's a full good morning where we are in a space where we share information and we engage with one another. So yeah, without wasting any time because we are just running behind a bit. So I'll just introduce quickly the next panel session, which is titled Until Quantum, right? I almost a little bit. So moderated by our program manager, Lodi Matsitela. Some of you may know her from production. Lodi, please make your way to the stage, and I'll give it to her to introduce the next panel and just briefly welcome our speakers on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. I'd like to welcome my fellow panelists, Dr. Batters Jordan, as well as Vulani Mthembu from the Goethe Institute, to please join me on stage. And then I'll introduce everybody properly. As Neil stated, I'm the program manager here at Fak'ugesi, at the Digital Content Hub, also program manager for Digital Labs Africa. So we're going to get straight to it. Before I introduce everybody properly, I want to say we are also being joined by Natalie Paneng and Ale de la Puente, joining us from Mexico and Amsterdam, or Rotterdam in the Netherlands, respectfully. So, let me do the proper intros then. I'm going to start with the two gentlemen that are on the stage with me. These are very distinguished people, learned people, and they've come together to create something very interesting that the artists who are in residence for Studio Quantum that is being done by the Goethe have, I think, benefited greatly from, just because of the way they've brought together two sectors of discovery and research, so that we can begin to understand things that were otherwise myths or mystical to us, such as quantum science and quantum technology. So I have got on the stage with me Vulani Mthembu. You guys may know him for his fashion sense. You can't miss him when he's around the precinct. I think I have to state that, because that's his part-time job, the steez. And you look amazing, sir. Thank you, tonight. This morning, rather. So, Vulani Mthembu, Vulani Mthembu is a creative technologist, multidisciplinary artist as well, and is the Innovation and Gamebox Officer in Sub-Saharan Africa at the Goethe Institute. But he also describes himself as a multi-hyphenate technologist, artist again, advocate for open data and worker cooperative practices. You do a lot, and I don't think we share that enough, so I'm going there today.
Oh, no.
Because you may see him everywhere, and so the thing about Vulani is he's really an advocate for other people in the space as well, while also maintaining his own practice, which I don't know if you are somebody who's an artist or a technologist, maintaining your own practice as well is hard. And you end up just facilitating the processes of others, but he's managed to maintain his as well. So the style is expression. We know fashion is art too, right? So he also is vice president of the KwaZulu-Natal Society Arts and Contemporary Gallery. He's a committee board member of the Interactive Entertainment South Africa organization, as well as a panelist for Decorous Future Talk this year, and a chairperson of Joburg Games Festival. I don't think people ever get that detailed into what Vulani does. He really is an advocate for technology in the sector in South Africa, and as in his position at the Goethe Institute in Sub-Saharan Africa. I've also got Dr. Batters Jordan sitting here. I've asked him the most random questions. I was brave enough to go to him and say, okay, what if? And he was like, yeah, it can happen, but science, he was explaining to me the limitations of what my imagination was taking me, where my imagination was taking me, but I appreciated him being able to take on what I felt were stupid questions. And he said to me the other day, he was nervous when there are artists in the room, and I said, all the artists are afraid of the scientists in the room, right? So the whole point why Studio Quantum works is that fear needs to go, because there is an intersection, and that intersection is where the projects that Ale and Natalie are going to talk about. But Dr. Battis was born and raised here. He's obviously South African, and got the chance to pursue his PhD in quantum information technology and AMO physics at Stony Brook University in New York State. Thanks to, he's a Fulbright scholar. After completing his PhD, he spent a year as postdocs at Zurich before returning to South Africa. Thanks for returning. Where he works both in private and public sector, and works in his position at Button Optics, which is at Wits University as well. So his family. He eagerly accepted the opportunity to contribute to the company's goal of becoming internationally competitive while promoting the growth of photonics industries, the growth of photonics industries in South Africa, excuse me. Thank you. So those are the two gentlemen on stage with us. I'd also like to, we've got Natalie Paneng joining us live from Rotterdam, and we've got Ale de la Puente joining us from Mexico City in particular. While we get them on the screen, I'll just do quick intros. We were very lucky enough to host Ale here at Timologong Precinct. We really got to know her very, very well, and she's a delight. And when we heard that she wouldn't be here for the festival, we were sad, but she is a prolific artist. Hi, we've got Natalie on the screen. Hi, Natalie. Natalie's also family. So maybe I'll start by introducing Natalie quickly, and then when Ale joins us, I'll introduce her as well. So Natalie is also a South African artist who is multidisciplinary. She describes herself as living in a cyber village called the internet, and you can tell that just by her presence on screen right now. She is a new media artist using installation and digital magic to birth new worlds and surrealist narratives in which she performs. She's part of the Studio Quantum residency taking place in Rotterdam. Welcome, Natalie. And I was talking about Ale, who's from Mexico City, and she was able to basically, in one of the sessions that she held here at Timologong, literally give us an overview of her entire career, which is so interesting because her work has always intersected between being an artist and the practicalities of the world, be it science, engineering, anything that has to do with the everyday world that we engage with, she brings her art to it. And when I say prolific, it's an understatement. We were just in awe of her work and what she created. So Ale also describes herself as a multidisciplinary artist who explores poetic and conceptual notions of time and space across various mediums, ranging from installations and sculptures to drawings, photography, video and audio, including art, science expeditions. Her work is the first work you experience when you walk into the precinct. You're immediately met by the sound that she recorded to accompany what they've titled Holding a Cloud. Welcome, Ale. It's good to see you. So we have everybody here in the room. And I'll just get started. Excuse me, my phone keeps closing because it's been stolen before. You know how that goes. We're in Joburg. So it automatically closes. So I'm going to start with the people that are in the room with me right now, Vulani and Dr. Battis. I'm a storyteller, and I believe everything can be explained in a story. Science, the imagined, the random, and it's always my thrill to figure out how to explain something that may seem complex in a simpler way. And I'm interested, first of all, Volane, about how Studio Quantum, which is a much bigger, we're just touching the tip of the iceberg here because we're talking about how it's being executed in sub-Saharan Africa. But I am interested to know how the Goethe Institute came about conceptualizing the residency and the program itself, because the programs that you guys come up with have so much thought to them. I'm interested to know how you came about that.
Thank you, Lodi. Oh, what a question. Wish I had known my colleagues as well who helped us with this. As you may know, the Studio Quantum project is an international project, meaning the two artists that we're going to speak with today are just part of a much larger group spread across all the different countries in the world. So definitely it is quite a challenge when you have more of an international global project, and not to mention, of course, the nature of it, combining these two different disciplines that are seemingly unrelated but very much related in part. So I think most of the time there isn't a set process at the Institute that we conceptualize things. Usually it's driven by need possibly from the people that you interact with, but sometimes it is conceptualized from the go. So in the case of Studio Quantum specifically, it was conceptualized by our colleagues in Dublin. As you know, the Goethe Institute is almost in most countries around the world, and they're also, so it's actually, this is the second year, and we are sort of sunsetting it, and the idea was, they asked around in terms of colleagues all over the world to see if we can get together and sort of have this residency. But it's also more than a residency with the different countries, where in this case it's South Africa, we have Mexico City, we have Rotterdam, we have many different countries, London involved. But another thing that's important about it is that it's also more than just a residency as well, because we saw parallels in how quantum technologies, and especially when you get to the subatomic level and how most artists describe their art, there's quite a lot of synergies and similarities there, because science also gets very weird at the subatomic level, and sort of like very close to how artists as well try to explain our world. So there are parallels around that. And then, but what was important is, of course, working with the experts, which were the scientists and the artists. But then, as the Institute, we do value a lot of capacity building. So we took it one step further, as we usually do with our projects, and see how can we involve the populace, people who are not necessarily experts in these fields. And that is usually done through workshops, which we've done across the globe, via hackathons, various interventions. And that is to introduce people to these both fields, to these experts in both fields, which are not necessarily, because they are always doing their research behind closed doors, sort of like expose people to this world that is not in the public. So it's a long story how exactly that comes about. It's quite interesting and difficult and challenging, but we're able to pull it through because mostly of partners. That's why we value partnerships a lot, yeah.
My follow-up question would be about that partnership. I know you worked with scientists from various universities, but we have with us a colleague from Wits University. Can you tell us a bit about that partnership? And then I want to hear from Dr. Battis about that partnership from his side as well.
Yeah, I'm very happy to have him as well here, because I won't have to say much about that partnership. He can take over. But definitely one of the parts, so in each region or in each country, we have a different partner. And for South Africa, for the South African leg of the Studio Quantum project, we had, of course, the School of Physics, Structured Light Laboratory, and we're very happy to have Andrew Forbes, Professor Andrew Forbes, open his doors for us to get into the lab and actually have our artists interface with the equipment, and also have conversations with the scientists and physicists in the space. But we also had access to the UJ Institute for Intelligent Systems, V2 in Rotterdam, also were a partner, as well as the TMG Makerspace for some of the things that needed to be created from the project. And Prof. Doherty has also opened his doors for Arts Research Africa to interview and help with the artists. So yeah, the partners are very important. I won't get into details how each partner played a significant different role as well, because the Institute doesn't have all the capacity. So I think Precious can explain further on that.
Yes, we have Prof. Doherty in the audience with us today, an advocate for Tsimologong, specifically working with Wits University a lot more, and this project is one of those. So thanks, Prof. Dr. Battis, Dr. Jordan, can you tell us about when you were approached about this project and your initial thoughts on it with engaging with artists and science, and your thoughts on it right now, without necessarily going into the projects, but what you initially thought and how you understand the intersection of art and quantum technology in particular. I mean, Vulanin just spoke about quantum science and technology on the subatomic level, which is a little deeper, and that's where the mystery occurs and the story occurs and myth occurs. Your experience?
Yeah, so good morning, everyone. I guess we sort of heard about Ali's residency or connection with our lab first, and we are always a bit nervous about interdisciplinary research and projects because you need a kind of sensitivity to understand what can be done and what is most productive. But then we actually had Ali's talk here at Tsimologong, and after seeing her previous work, I was hooked. Like, if you ever see Ali's work, it's amazing, connecting science in a beautiful way. I like to describe it as it's not forced, it's not contrived. When you first see the art, it's just beautiful as is. And then it just like layers because you see the connections and stuff. So immediately I was very excited to see what can happen. And Ale spent more and more time, and she talked to all the group members. And then there were some discussions and so on leading up to the final live performance that we took part in. So just to step back a bit and what the type of research is that we do at the Structured Light Lab is, and this is what the story is, and I'll try to navigate the story because there's different avenues that has converged to things that has happened. So the study of understanding subatomic particles and systems and light at that fundamental limit has been around since Newton, which is sort of the father of a lot of not even modern physics, but the basis of physics. But around the turn of the 1900s, there were some problems with the way we understood. The math just didn't stop making any sense. So quantum mechanics had to be incorporated or started in order to create a language and a story of how things work. And that has been hugely successful in understanding these systems. So fast forward, a lot of research and a lot of technology that has been influenced by it. And then around the 80s or so, people have started also seeing that light can be engineered in a new kind of different way called, that we like to call structured light. So one can think of light being changed in displays and stuff, but structured light actually has it changed more deeply. You can structure the light that how it propagates and how it interacts with matters completely changes, and things that we didn't consider. So now the confluence of the structured light is doing lab is doing these first of all only structured light traditional research, but also combining it with quantum, and then you can do a combination of these experiments, which opens up again new stories of things that are very I can't even wrap around always my the head completely around it, but also something that we like to call quantum inspired technology, where now you see that there's some math that has developed in terms of that we now can apply to other systems. And button optics, actually, the commercial business that we have started is inspired by these technologies, this quantum inspired. At the moment, we're not really doing quantum commercial applications, but that will always be exciting in the future. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. It did, in a more in-depth way about what happens at the Structured Light Lab, and of course, my knowing what Ale's eventual installation was about, understand. And I hope you get to experience it. Maybe you're not aware of it, you're just aware of the sound when you walk into the precinct. But walking back, if you look on yourself, you'll see there are small little projections that speak to structured light and its various metamorphoses and changes that speak to the science. It's complex, but the story is there. I'd like to now speak to the two people and artists who are joining us from Mexico City. I'm not sure where you are in the world, Ale, you're always traveling, and Natalie in Rotterdam. When you guys were chosen to participate in Studio Quantum, Ale, I know your practice engages science all the time and research. Natalie, you live in this beautiful mythical world, a digital village that you say that I'm always trying to get to, but just watching you there blossoming as you are, I appreciate it. Can you guys talk about when you were approached and chosen for these residencies, what your initial thoughts were? I'll start with Ale.
Very glad to see you all. I'm very sad that I'm not there physically. Thank you for doing that. Can you leave the other screen so I can see you when talking, please? Well, for me it was a friend of mine that she called me and told me this residency, there's an open call, and it's for you. So she just told me, like, I saw this announcement and it's for you. I can only imagine that you can go there. Then it was a very short deadline for when I knew about the call for artists. But I knew already a little bit of what I would like to do. So for me, it was just like, okay, stick in the coin and try for it to happen. But I was very excited, like, oh please, I really want. Yes. And it really opened new worlds for me. So I'm very grateful.
So it was a match. It was kismet. And Natalie, when you were selected for this program, can you tell us what your thoughts were initially for the residency?
And thank you for having me too. I'm super excited to virtually be there. Fak'ugesi is definitely home. For me, I think I was like really surprised and like grateful because I've always engaged in topics like this on like a subconscious, playful level. So I was really just, same approach, like using a playful hope to get into it, and somehow it worked. I feel like I contributed into the reality where I could actually engage with it. So yeah, like it was interesting to see that my practice where it is can still engage with a topic and a subject matter like this and give space for this kind of conversation.
Perfect. I'm going to stay with you guys online. Ale, can you tell us about the installations? You can talk about what you were able to showcase at the Goethe Institute, which was about quantum entanglement. That was very, very interesting. And then you can also just tell us a little bit about what we have installed here at Fak'ugesi at the Timlohong precinct, which we've titled, I think you and Eduardo may have come up with that together, Holding a Cloud. Can you tell us a little bit about those projects and where you think, where the narrative of quantum technology intersects with how you've interpreted it in your art?
About Goethe, I mean, it's more about quantum science than quantum technology, I guess. I really don't know what I am doing. But I think it's this part of working with the impossible that science works and try to make it possible. And what really that Goethe was is try to perform in a more analogical way the quantum entanglement and the ghost imaging, in which Bertus and I were entangled photons, and we were doing the ghost imaging. That is an experiment that they do in the structured light lab. And for me, it was actually a way that we communicate between science and art, in a way that science is about this fact, and art is about this metaphor. And it's very difficult to have metaphors that are not. It's like when the mystery is completely broken, then we start working with science to develop the storytelling that you were telling, to find out what is going on. But for me, it's when the mystery is broken, it's an opportunity to work with the metaphors and to bring it back to another kind of mystery, because the mystery is still there. And everything is more about one of the questions that I did at BITS, in the physics department, that was like, but why this happened? And the answer was always, this is the incorrect department for that question. Here you ask how, not why. No? So I love that way of communication, and also that we are working with subjects that we are both our disciplines. We are looking far away in the horizon, and we don't know what is behind that horizon. It's not that we are working with a discipline that already knows, or a research that is more tangible. No, we are standing in the unknown. So at Goethe Institute, it was more like a studio visit in which I was still working in some ideas, and this performance we did with the participation of people from Chimolhong and Makerspace and Goethe Institutes and and physics of the structured light lab that work as the boy. That I love this the subject of research of Bertus, of how boys can maybe have like a topography, and that really blows my mind in a way of like, really maybe we're not looking at that. So try to work in that in an analogical way, in a way that we can be also like boys compressed or something like that, and making it more like something that is more like a choreography. And I'm still working on that idea and how I'm going to develop it with more in a choreographic way, but with dancers and more big. No, that's what I want.
Yes, I want to give context, because we're talking about something that you're not sure what it is, but it's basically, if you listen to what Ale just talked about, how science is fact and art is metaphor, and that sometimes if science is fact, there's no mystery, and then there's no space for metaphor, then there's no space to make story, but that with their collaboration, they were able to find that space in which they could create story, right? And even Bertus explains as well that there are a lot of things that even the scientists cannot wrap their minds around, because quantum science and science in general also supersedes what we can explain or even put down in maths. But it is in that space that they're able to collaborate and create something interesting. So what they did at the Goethe Institute was sort of demonstrate in a physical way by having artists almost mimic each other what photons might do if there was, and Dr. Bertus, please, I'm afraid the scientists in the room, if there was an entanglement or there was a mirror of action happening between the two. And so when she's talking about choreography, she's talking about taking what she had done here a little further that she's still working on. And I stand corrected, Ale, if I got it right. But I'm going to then, Natalie, Ale talks about science as fact and art as metaphor, and that space in between that we need to find each other so that we can explain or sit in that intersection. Where have you found the metaphor, and where have you found that intersection?
It's a good question, and I'm really lucky to have also, met Ale and spent some time with her, and I think that really helped me also like jump straight into it. I feel very similar in the way that I'm also really looking at why. I mean, I don't know. I also always feel very stressed out when there's a scientist in the room, because I'm like, thank you for the space, but I will have to talk about mystery. And I know that a lot of the quantum scientists and like the physicists I've been speaking to have always like said to me, like, stop talking about wonder, stop talking about mystery. There's a reason for all of it. And I'm like, thank you for that. But I still personally see it as wonderful and mystical. And I've been more trying to find a language that aims to be a conversation and doesn't disrespect or disregard. And so I feel like very similar in the same way that like I'm trying to find metaphors that are easy for anybody to understand, that could possibly be the basis or be based on quantum concepts and phenomena. So yeah, really like respecting the science, but finding other ways, imagery, and language that makes it easier to understand for anyone. And usually I'm using quite mystical examples and magical examples, because I feel like magical examples themselves hold elements of what the quantum phenomena is operating at. So it's really trying to speak the same language at the same time with different images, like images versus the mathematics.
Thank you. I know you are. I know you are in the middle of your residency right now. Are you able to share a little bit more about what you're working on? Do you have a title for it?
So I've just finished mine, and I don't have a title. I'm working on one, but right now I've been working through the idea of iridescence, which is like the phenomena of light and diffraction and this kind of rainbow-like sensation that comes onto objects. It's also found in nature on beetles and like hummingbirds. And I've been trying to use iridescence as a way to speak on certain quantum principles. So I don't have a title. What I've been doing mainly is going to TU Delft, which is an institution in Rotterdam, and QTech, which is a lab, and speaking to them and looking at their optic like labs and understanding it, and really just like first basing the work in research, because my work is usually quite intuitive, but I feel like it's not my place to be, intuitive within the space of quantum. So I spent a lot of time just doing a lot of research, and now I'll be presenting a type of prototype thinking and also a talk later in November back in Rotterdam. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now with my process. Like quite different from Ale, because I feel like Ale has been working within science for a really long time, and I feel like I'm just at the beginning of it. So I really felt like it was important to do it justice by understanding it and speaking in a respectful and then like solid way before creating. So I used the bulk of my time here to learn really and really integrate myself and ask questions and have conversations, and also, really force some physicists to chill and just like say some cute stuff about it and help them understand how I see things. And let them guide me also.
I can't wait to see it. We're talking about quantum science and technology, and you took us to beetles and hummingbirds. That's what art does. I love that. I can't wait. Dr. Battis, Natalie said she was forcing the scientists to chill. Were you able to chill? And Volane, before I open it to the audience, you've also been witness to what other artists from the various residencies were able to create. Are you able to give your own insight on your understanding on quantum technology and science and how it can be interpreted? I'll start with you, Dr. Battis.
Were we able to chill? I think it depends on the scientist, and it depends on what you, how, I want to say not maybe rigid, but maybe worldview, or just the role of the science in different contexts. And I just thought of the idea, maybe there's something to it, the metaphor. Wednesday night, the person from Josie My Josie talked about lighting up the Nelson Mandela Bridge. Now, quantum mechanics is very well defined on a mathematical level, and we can calculate a lot of things. And if we want to develop technologies from it, you need to use the math, and you need to use it precisely. So the analogy is, maybe if you want to build the bridge, you need to be very careful with following the math and following the engineering, but that doesn't prevent you from adding lights to it and making it pretty. Quantum technology, quantum science is quite mysterious in that it's not intuitive, it's different from our everyday life. Yeah. So in that sense, I think there's space for imagining different ways of thinking about it, just remembering in the background that scientifically speaking, we can make very good predictions based on the calculations and the physics.
Thank you for that. Should I repeat my...
No, of course. My memory is not as bad, but it is getting worse, pushing 50 and all. I would say, okay, like to answer your question, I'll just start, it won't be a long way around, but you mentioned earlier how, like the conceptualization around these projects, as you know, we do a lot of multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary projects at the Institute. And I think it's because the Institute also has a very keen sense of maybe getting a workforce or hiring people who are sort of like also, right on the edges or in the intersections of all of these things. My experience, for example, in this project was also, so most projects that I do anyway, like as you mentioned earlier, I'm also a practicing artist, but also I just love the stuff, that's very important. It's a job that you are doing, but it's something that you are fascinated as well as a human being. My last serious interaction with physics was when I was a high school teacher teaching maths and physics. I don't want to mention when, it's quite a while ago. So meeting people like Bertus, meeting people like Prof. Forbes, real working physicists. These are the people I used to, tell my the children I was teaching about. I'm meeting stars in my field, these are like celebrities as well. So I'm excited. So this also fuels me to move forward, and also also having great support at the Institute. I just saw that my colleague and the head of information department, Nessa Froschlich, is in the audience. I just want to say hi, Nessa. But so having that support system really helps to push with these projects, because also you're working with people who are not like I said, in different fields, who are not actually necessarily get to work together, and also we're benefiting both disciplines in a way that, working within a structured university or tertiary institution, space, you are limited because there are certain rules, certain regulations you have to follow to reach certain outcomes. And likewise in arts, there's certain things that you're supposed to work in a certain way, and we sort of take off all limiters, and most people are actually happy about that. So we're talking about what we've been experiencing around the world. It's been quite interesting. We've been having artists working with physicists, exploring poetry to paintings. It's across the whole gamut. Yeah.
I'm going to open it up. Those that, please don't be afraid of Dr. Jordan. Can I just say, Bertus, even the person that I spoke to on the night, and even the way you're expressing, talking about art and science now, is just progressing. You're beginning to sound like an artist, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so questions. We have an immediate question right there. I'll give you my mic because we don't have time. I don't want to.
Hi everyone, my name is Lutando Mayatula. By training, I'm an aeronautical engineer, but I'm part of the Makers Space, running several businesses. I'm a bit puzzled by how sort of there's a hierarchy. It seems as though there's a hierarchy that's been set up between the arts and the sciences, whereas to my knowledge, historically, the arts have actually led the sciences in defining graphically what we see in the world, whereas science only becomes science once you can prove it. So we have mathematical models, which are theories. Only once we can make experiments that prove those theories does it actually become science. But all of that has sort of always been led by philosophy and what we regard as the arts. So sort of we're now in a position in science where we're facing very hard questions, so longitudinal thinking is no longer working. So I see us sort of diverging to sort of lateral type thinking where we're working in philosophy and we're working in all sorts of other disciplines so that we can better perceptualize the problems that we're facing. So to you, that is the scientist of the panel, I'd like to ask, how do you see the importance of art, and how do you interact it in your direct work in what you're doing currently?
Okay, I don't know if my mic is still working. That's a very interesting perspective. I cannot really speak about the art informing the physics because I don't know the history that well, but I can tell you an example of how the hierarchy is maybe not necessarily. Yeah, it's a good perspective. I'm not sure how to think of it. Maybe we should definitely try to work more, forget that. But my one colleague, Dr. Isaac Nape, which is a very well-known researcher in the field and so on, and he also attended Ale's presentation of the work, and he explained how the way that she approaches problems, he feels is very similar the way that he approaches problems. And that, yeah, as you said, more lateral thinking, more open, more almost creativity, and that's definitely needed in science in a different way than in art, but you have to think of a problem in different perspectives. So I think there is a lot to learn. I do want to, from a personal point of view, it depends on the art, right? Whether or not it can inform the physics. Your example was that graphically depicting something can lead to some understanding of the physics, and that's true because one of the first steps we always look for a problem is to draw a diagram of the problem. And digital arts maybe also can have some impact because that's just an extension of that. I do think when it comes to art philosophy at this point in time, some of that which I've seen is way above my hierarchy. I cannot understand that very well. So that the language is just so different that I find it very hard to use that part of the art world to inspire us.
Vulani, can I ask you to answer that as well? Because I feel like the Studio Quantum works to remove that hierarchy.
Yeah, that's the whole point of Studio Quantum. Projects like this, and most projects that I do, I don't know, well, of course, I don't know if my brother in the audience does follow a lot of work that are done by institutions such as the Goethe Institute and Project Veltia, where we do a lot of eradicating that perception. That's the whole reasoning, actually, for having a project like Studio Quantum, where you're putting both scientists, researchers, technologists, and artists on the same playing field. And in a way, as I mentioned earlier, you're removing limiters and you're forcing them to work together, and as a result, inform one another, drive each other, push each other in ways like for example, like as you're hearing that Prof. Persis is mentioning here, Dr. Persis is mentioning that, some of the things that he was inspired by, some of the, the engagements that Ale was trying to push them towards, and likewise, Ale was also, but we need support from people like yourself as well, and from partners as well, to engage with this project, come to this project. Most of them are open calls. You can apply even as an engineer. You could have participated. You could have been one of the participants. Those are open to experts. So you can actually, instead of just talking about it, you can be even part of the project and actually push these the questions that you have, this question with the actual artists. So yeah, we hope to get more funding, of course, in the future, so that this sort of projects as well, we are able to do more of them. Yeah.
We've got another question in the audience from.
It's more a comment and a shout out.
Okay.
The director of Structured Light Lab in the School of Physics, Prof. Andrew Forbes, has actually created an exceptionally open space. Anna is in fact the third artist who has worked with the lab over the last 2 years, and that very much comes out of Prof. Forbes's conviction that there really is value in this kind of relationship, particularly for opening up new possibilities, new ways of thinking. And I have to also do a shameless plug. As was mentioned, I run a project at WITS called Arts Research Africa, which is all about exploring the potential of art as a way of researching, as a way of producing new knowledge. And we have a podcast series called Arts Research Africa. Find it wherever you get your podcast. And we had the privilege of speaking at length to Ale. And you can find that episode on the channel. And Ale's thinking and the kind of work she's been doing over the years is really fascinating. And would definitely, if you've experienced the installation here, to know more about Ale's background and the amazing projects she's done in this crossover space, and hoping that we can speak to Natalie sometime in the near future about what she's been doing in Rotterdam. So thanks.
We can't wait. Professor Doherty, who is one of the founders of Tshimologong and the festival, I said on the opening night, one of the godfathers of everything that we're trying to do here at Tshimologong. I don't know if there's any other questions, or if Natalie and Ale have any closing comments for us. Oh, there's a question, sorry.
I think, hello everyone. Thank you firstly to the people on the stage for sharing your insights. I'm here as a listener, well, also as an artist. So I think I'm going to work my way through my question. It's stuck in the mud, but to relate it to this context, it feels like it's stuck in a void. But, so I'm an artist, and I'm trying to connect my question to the idea of accuracy. I think it's a comment. What I found interesting when Ale was talking about choreography, Natalie was talking about intuition, I linked the idea of choreography to, the intuition it's navigated through a very fluid way. Whereas on a scientific level, the idea of the story, or the idea of accuracy, is navigated through a factual way, which also means that it's structured. And so I'm sorry, I'm trying to navigate my questions through this, my own little mind map that I have in my book. So bear with me. So these 2 points, intuition and fact, become quite interesting to then think about how you translate the stories, the creative process, and also this idea of communication, how we navigate in communication, right, in visual and scientific ways. Okay, So for me, those thoughts I felt like I wanted to share because I think I also I resonate a lot with the conversation of working intuitively. Also because it taps into these unspoken knowledges, intuitive knowledges, and just also these, in moments like this where language becomes difficult spoken language becomes difficult to communicate ideas, one relies on, in my context, very visual, material ways to then expand. I don't know.
I'm going to, for the purposes, we don't have much time left, and I would like us to keep to schedule. This is my program manager hat coming on so that the next panel can start on time. I'm going to pose an interpretation of your comment to either Natalie or Ale, and they can close off our panel for us. So one of what I could draw from what you were trying to express to us was, and this goes back to accuracy in interpretation when science and facts are involved, and again, that space of mystery. Ale, I don't know if you have an answer for us and how you navigate that. She was referring to your choreography as well, which I loved when you staged it at the Gutta. And then you can close off the session for us as well, all the way from Mexico City.
Yes, thank you. Well, I think that art and science, when we work together, we should not be artists in service to science in a way to talk in accuracy. We are not communicating science. That's another discipline. As an artist, there are artists also, maybe, but they can be communication with the sciences, or they are doing some other thing that is when they popularize science and communicate science. And for artists as me in this collaboration is, yes, I nurture from the questions of science from what the science doesn't know. And in that way, I cannot be not accurate. But it's like science fiction. And I can imagine it as science fiction movies, that when you know that you cannot fly faster than the speed of light, you don't believe it. So it doesn't make sense. So it's the same thing in art. You have to know with which elements you are working with. And close my comment. I'm very happy to see when you turn the camera to the public and see some familiar faces and say like, I want to be there.
She just wants to see the audience.
Yes.
And with that, Ale, thank you so much. I hope you're able to see the audience right now. I don't know if the camera.
That's when I saw the audience. Was like,
there we go. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
I miss you and I want to go back.
You must come back. Thank you, everyone. Yes, thank you. We're going to just get the next panel on. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lodi.
Thank you, Lodi. And bye, Bulane and Bertus.
Dreams they intertwine. That there's a key I can't find. A way to free the trapped inside. A journey leads to path and see. To find truth, chase the dream. Love, I'll search the sky till I'm loved. I'll never die. For every soul has seen. Until our love, I'll never see.
Hello. Nice one. I'll keep greeting you guys. Thank you, Lodi, for trying to keep up with time. As a program manager, you've outdone yourself. Thank you. Our next panel is titled Reality Unlocked, Exploring Extended Reality with African Storytelling, Commercial Approaches. So our moderator is Dale Deacon, who is a world builder within the XR world. I just love using the two words, creative industries. Sounds really cool, right? So yeah, he's still being mic'd at the moment. He'll join us quickly. Apologies for that. Thank you, Dale. You can have a seat that side, and then you will introduce the topic briefly and your guest speakers. Thank you. I'll give it to you.
All right. Should I check? Can you guys hear me? All right, cool. Hello, everybody. Good morning. How you all doing? Cool. You guys awake? Have you had your coffees? No? It doesn't sound like it. Doesn't sound like it at all. All right. Nice to see you all. Thanks for coming out to this panel discussion. We're going to be talking about a little bit more about technology, a little bit more about sci-fi, a little bit about business, since this is conference day. My name's Dale Deacon. As Neo said, I'm a world builder, and with Ulrico and Gary and some of the other guys in the community, we started the We Are VR Josie community. It's where a lot, I don't say all, but a lot of the Johannesburg-based extended reality community meets and hangs out. So give us a shout if you want to join the community and get involved. Again, thank you for showing interest in this awesome topic. We're going to be talking about some really cool stuff today. We have a very cool panel lined up for you today. To my left here, Ulrico Gretsch-Kumbo. Nice to see you, Ulrico. We also have, who else we got here? So there's me. Let me get my notes out here. So we've got Elizabeth Liz Gomez. We've got Daniel Getachew is going to be joining us a little bit later, and Arafa Hamadi and Christelle Folly. So hello, guys. Guys on the stream, how are you doing? Can we? How are things? We just want to check we can hear you.
Hello, yes, I can hear you. Hi. All good over here, coming in from Dar es Salaam. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, greeting from Paris. Glad to join the panel today with you guys.
Great, thank you. And Daniel's in the corner here as well. Hello, Daniel.
Hi, hello. Greetings from Ethiopia.
Cool, great. All right, so we can all hear each other, we can all see each other. Let's get stuck in. I don't want to waste any time. There's a couple of topics we wanted to discuss, but before we get stuck in, I'd like to just go one by one, just by way of introduction. Could you just give a quick 1 minute explanation of who you are and what your involvement is in the XR industry? Ulrico, should we start with you?
Yeah, happily. So Ulrico, as Dale mentioned, I run Habitat XR. So we're an impact-led immersive experiences studio. We're based in Johannesburg. We're currently a team of 14, 360 video, 3D modeling, 3D animation, app development team with a production team to support. I also run a startup called The Continuum, which is a company that uses game engines in the filmmaking industry, so making use of technologies like virtual production.
Great, thanks. Elizabeth and Christelle, could you do a quick introduction for us, please?
Yes, we are House of the African World, so we are kind of newcomers into the XR world because our aim is to broadcast, showcase, highlight new stories, new narratives about that continent. So we are trying to support the way we can the XR industry to bring to light some new stories. So right now at the moment we are working on a new project in XR with a colleague that is specialized in this. So we are really newcomers, but we are really looking forward to be able to yeah, to find new voices and to be able to broadcast them here in France and Europe.
Brilliant, thank you. And you guys are joining us from Paris, is that right?
Absolutely.
Right, and Arafa, let's go to you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Arafa Hamadi. I'm a Tanzanian multidisciplinary artist. I work both in the physical and the digital world. I'm a world builder as well. I recently created a project called Letu that is currently showcasing around and also showcasing at Fak'ugesi right now. My work is mainly about queerness and how queer people can find these spaces, either digitally or physically, spaces that they create for themselves and they feel safe. I delved into the digital world because in East Africa, it's the safest place to be publicly queer, and that's what my work is about.
Great, thank you so much. And finally on our panel here, Daniel. Daniel, can you say hi to us? Give us a brief introduction.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Vitacho, and I'm really sorry for not attending this event in person. I should be with my good friend Enrico. So I am the founder and CEO of Guzo Technologies. We are based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. We've been into this immersive experience projects, design, development, implementation for the past more than 5 years. And our focus areas includes tourism and education mostly. But after 2-3 years, we are also adapting these immersive technologies into fashion and sports and other areas in Africa. So we are happy to be part of this event. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Daniel. So before we get stuck into the details, let's talk a little bit broadly about what we're talking about when we host a panel discussion called Reality Unlocked. When we talk about virtual reality and augmented reality, the concept of immersion really comes through very strongly. And I'd like to just sort of bounce that off the panel. Ulrika, let's start with you. What is your take on immersion? Like, what makes immersion so worthwhile?
Yeah, we use this phrase telepresence a lot, and I think that telepresence is an outcome of you being immersed enough. And telepresence we often define as the mind's belief that the body is physically somewhere else. So that's the holy grail of immersion. That's what VR technologies in various different forms enable. So I think for us it's about brain hacking. It's about feeling like you're not actually where you physically are and having this sort of alternate reality to explore and have fun in.
Yeah, breaking down those barriers of reality.
Yeah.
So let's swing it over to the panel here. Elizabeth and Christelle, immersion, what does that mean to you?
For us, it's an opportunity to. It's really difficult to envision stories that come from the continent here in France, because that kind of stories has always been told in a way that didn't fit to our vision. And for us, the immersion is the opportunity for us to be pertinent and relevant into what we are telling about that continent. So our aim for us is to be able to tell stories that are not linear, to tell stories that are, in a way, is to create kind of a parallel between what we are living on the ground and what is and the imaginary. Sorry, it's kind of difficult for me. It's early in the morning for me to speak in English, but yeah, it's to go deeper into imaginaries and transcend linear stories. So that's what immersion means for us.
Brilliant. That's actually a really nice segue into Arafa, because I wanted to talk a little bit about storytelling and music in the metaverse. And Arafa has recently built a very interesting project. Arafa, do you want to explain to us a little bit about your recent project and why immersion was so important to that project?
My project is called Letu. Letu means hours in Swahili. It is a VR project that initially existed as a kind of a 2D digital project that the basis of it was creating these digital worlds where queer people can exist as opposed to in reality in East Africa where we can't exist, we are not legal, we are not humans here. So this idea of creating a world that was specifically designed for us, I created 2 worlds, one for myself, which is kind of an idyllic beach setting, and another one a forest setting that were based off dreams of myself and as a queer artist. Lecture 2.0 or Lecture Frankie's story, which is now showing at Fak'ugesi, is takes that a bit further. It allows the audience to land on the world and to walk around and to follow this character Frankie, who is based off a real trans woman who lives in Tanzania, and she's a marvelous singer. And it kind of takes, this character leads you through her memories. Sorry, there's a bit of noise behind me, but I hope you can still hear me. You follow her through her memories, very, very mundane memories that are very similar to a lot of Tanzanian childhood. So, for example, one memory she takes us through is like kind of her school, her young kindergarten experience, and then another memory is through her baptism experience, which is something we can all, as Tanzanians, can relate to, or at least Christian Tanzanians can relate to. And the whole idea is to kind of desensationalize queerness. Every time queerness is showcased in East African media, it's all about kind of the wrong and the spectacle of it all, or kind of like this over-dramatic sense of being. And what I really wanted to do with this project was to present just another human, someone you can relate to. And I thought VR would be a great experience for that because, you know, it gives you that immersive experience. You feel like you're there. It doesn't feel like, let's see. It feels like you're there, you're able to connect with this being, but at the same time, my project is all about the audience not being able to affect the life this queer person is living for themselves. This memory that is untouchable and it's real and tangible. So that's my project.
Right. So
I really love working in VR because it allows you to explore realities and legalities that you can't explore in real life.
And right, so it allows us to embody the shoes of someone else and live out their experience vicariously.
Exactly.
Which actually sort of brings up a slightly contentious point, some would say, in that we have one of the world's biggest social media companies leading the charge. You know, they're trying to reshape what social media looks like, for better or for worse. They're really doubling down on changing the way that social media is done, the way that media is portrayed when we, and Meta Connect was just the other day announcing all sorts of interesting new hardware, which I think we can touch on. But before we get touched onto the hardware side, Daniel, what is your take on this idea of social media 2.0, like in a reinvention of social media and Meta leading the charge?
That's a good question because I appreciate the idea behind how Meta runs or how they, put their insight towards the future of immersive technologies in general. And I'm personally a big supporter for that. And recently they also announced their smart glasses technology and how they are trying to make it more technically feasible, and also when it comes to the form factor, it becomes so easy for end users to access the immersive world in general. So for me, like Enrico mentioned, he said the telepresence, getting that feeling is the power of immersion. So when we feel, let's say, our environments, because it starts with how our nature works. So visually we have those big screens towards our eyes, and with the 6th degree of freedom, we have the feeling of moving towards in a virtual space. And there is this new idea that I'm hearing from different companies, which is called audio immersion. So we've been into this audio related topics, starting from cinema industry and all of those entertainment industries and games. So gamifying the contents that we want to showcase or tell a story will also be part of an immersion in my own understanding. So all this comes in the future. Maybe I personally predict my insight towards the future of immersion will be in the next maybe 3 to 5 years. I don't think smartphones will be leading in this industry, but all those smart glasses and related wearable technologies will make this immersive accessibility to anyone affordable and also accessible. So those are like my insight and the takeaway from the idea of immersion in general.
I love to get a prediction out of somebody on stage, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. We're going to hold you to that prediction. So let's talk about the technology, the gadgets themselves. Ulrika, what's your take on the future of smart glasses, headsets, wearables? We've seen a lot in the news lately, and some of these devices, they cross categories. So you see augmented reality incorporated into virtual reality devices. Where do you see this technology, the hardware going? Because I'm sure you've seen plenty of it come and go over the years.
Yeah, I was going to say in line with what Daniel was saying there and you about predictions. I've given up making predictions in this world. I've been in XR full time for 10 years this year, and every prediction I've made was completely wrong. And yet we're still here, and immersive is still here. So, I think for me, what we're seeing and what just makes logical sense is that we are pursuing a holy grail of immersive technologies and immersive experiences that are completely lifelike, or as lifelike, to have the control to make them as lifelike as you want them to be. So we're talking about everything that currently is clunky and not great, like relatively low pixel density on displays, still slightly janky tracking, weight of devices, size of devices, battery power limitations. So I think my answer is very unsexy, but I just think that we're seeing optimization of all of those technical aspects to make something just a lot more accessible, but also just more fun to be able to use across the device spectrum, which isn't just VR headsets, obviously. We are very, very excited about where holograms are going in particular. And we're doing quite a bit of work in the lenticular display space. So if anybody wants to look up a company that does displays like this, they're called the Looking Glass Factory out of the US. And they're basically displays that allude to there being 3D depth without you needing any glasses or goggles or anything like that. And when you move around, you're actually looking around a 3D object, which is very cool. I think that kind of technology is going to be, it's going to get better and better and more kind of immersive and create these kind of moments of delight. So I think that's coming. And as far as headsets, I just think the convergence of AR and VR into these mixed reality headsets, that is the one thing I did see coming, and it's happening. And you can't buy a VR headset anymore because it doesn't just do VR, which I think is great.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. So we had these overlapping fields, and we like to use this umbrella term of immersive technology or extended reality or spatial computing even. These are all just terms to try and encapsulate all these different immersive technologies. But that said, some of these immersive technologies find their niche a little bit sooner than others. Maybe let's turn the conversation over to Elizabeth and Christelle. Elizabeth and Christelle, do you think, what's your take on augmented reality being separate from virtual reality? Do you think they should be combined when we talk about this industry, or do you think it makes sense to think of them separately? Because, for instance, Pokemon Go is a very successful augmented reality application, which had no virtual reality implications, really. But the virtual reality industry is still trying to break through into the mainstream, where you see augmented reality already is kind of in the mainstream. What's your take on separating augmented reality from virtual reality? Do you think it makes sense to talk about them as one single industry, or break them up into two, to keep them separate?
To be honest, it's difficult for us to answer this question as we are an institution, kind of a museum. But what we have to say about this is the accessibility for our public. Here in France, it can be easy to access those technologies, even if it's not that common. Like, not a lot of institutions are using that kind of technology. And as our mission is to implement things on the African continent, also on the South American continent, and some countries can't even follow the speed of change in technologies. It's difficult for me to tell you rather if we should merge the two or if it's separate, because the only question we are asking ourselves is how to make it accessible for people. So I will say we will tend to go to something that is easier to access and try to work with some companies, just like our pal from Addis Ababa, to make it more accessible for more audience. But we can't answer that question as we are not really technicians on that field.
Well, you make a very good point there. It speaks to the success of things like TikTok filters and Instagram filters, which use augmented reality regularly, which are quite popular. And we don't even think about them as augmented reality anymore. They're just ingrained in the culture now.
Exactly, and those kind of technologies for us are really relevant because we know that it's easy because everybody has a cell phone. We just said previously that we won't be into cell phones anymore and more into glasses, but in a way, we are forced to keep on that track because it's the easiest way for us to reach our audience. And then even myself, I can't even access like glasses today. So the people we are talking to are not able to access it. So of course, augmented reality on TikTok, on Snapchat are things that are really interesting for us because we know that we will be able to reach our audience. But truly, it's too technical for us as an institution that is like generalist, like we are talking about a lot of, we are dealing with a lot of disciplines and we are just entering that world. So we are, learning from you guys, and that's why we are really, really happy to be able to be on this panel.
I think you hit the nail on the head with when you brought up accessibility. You know, especially for us here in Africa, accessibility to the hardware is pivotal to trying to get these technologies and get our software applications and get our experiences out there. So let's turn it over to Arafa. Arafa, your recent project is a virtual reality experience. You chose to build it in virtual reality as opposed to augmented reality. So there are some accessibility issues that might come up there. You know, not everybody has access to a headset. So what are your thoughts on accessibility in 2024? Accessibility in virtual reality specifically.
Well, this is definitely something that I thought about as I was building the work. It was also my first journey into virtual reality through the help of Electric South and everything they gave us through their residency program. As I was building it, and also because I was building it for a marginalized community, that was my main audience, I really wanted it to be accessible. And, while buying everyone I can VR headsets, I was able to connect with a lot of organizations, including Black Lion in Kenya and Honest Stories here in Tanzania, and even Electric South in South Africa. They have given me access and my audience access to VR headsets that ideally I would go tour them around Tanzania, around Kenya, and that makes sure that the audience that I'm speaking to gets access to this. But I've also, as I was building it, I also made sure, worked with the technicians I was working with to have it accessible online. So on platforms such as, sorry, I can't think of it right now, but the world not only exists as an application on the VR headset, but also online on a website that you can still have a VR experience without the headset itself. And I also created a short film out of it. So I think the way I've made it accessible to my audience is through also exploring other media. While it is a VR project first, I think it's important to replicate it not just on something like a laptop, but also on a smartphone. You can access it as well. That's the second version. That's the next version. So I always thought that was important, and that's what we're constantly trying to do.
Right.
And also easy to understand. It's a very simple program as well. So I think it's the technician, it's the artist's work to make it accessible. While there's realities about the technology, if your aim is for accessibility, you also have to make those decisions yourself as you build this work.
All right, that brings us to another topic that I thought might be interesting for this panel, and I'll send it your way, Ulrico. I think we're here on conference day. I'm sure there's a lot of business-minded people here. What are your thoughts on timing and investment into augmented reality or virtual reality? What's your take on trying to get timing right, and especially when it comes to putting money on the table? What is your take away from your decade of experience in this industry?
I think the number one thing I've learned is that if you're going to continue to look at external factors, then you're either going to always be waiting on the kind of outskirts of the industry, or you're going to be convinced to not get in at all, which I think is incredibly unfortunate. I mean, I think the one thing we've learned is that the number one critical success factor of being able to get into this game and kind of make it work is trying to find value, trying to create things that are valuable to somebody else. And obviously, as a commercial studio on the Habitat XR side, you know, we've had to try and find that, and it wasn't immediate at all. I mean, we started out trying to be everything to everyone, and I think Daniel and I have had this conversation before, perhaps in Namibia, just about like we just can't try and be everything to everyone. That scarcity is really dangerous to how you approach getting in. So I think the short answer is, if you're excited about it, you should get in and test rapidly and figure out like what is it that you're passionate about and who's willing to help support that. Not necessarily buy it, but support that as well. I mean, you know, through the likes of Electric South, they do such a phenomenal job empowering artists across the continent. So yeah, the time is now. Always, permanently, and it's never too late.
So your advice is to get stuck in.
If you're excited, get in, for sure.
Right.
Like, we need the help, we need the artists, we need the skills. Like you said as well, the hardware is an accessibility thing, but the skills are too. You know, nobody we've hired has joined the company, and we've hired maybe 30 people, 35 people over the last 10 years. Nobody's joined with existing skills, so we have to give them space to be able to learn how to apply their foundational knowledge to these new kind of groundbreaking technologies, and that's in its own right, a tough thing to do. So,
I think that's one of the reasons that Johannesburg, you know, plays at the level of some of the best cities in the world when it comes to virtual reality and augmented reality development, is because we do have this spirit of experimentation, testing things out, you know, and if something doesn't work out, we move on quickly and we find something that does work. So let's move it over to our friends in France, Elizabeth and Christelle. The landscape in Paris, I imagine, is, well, I've seen is quite different in terms of extended reality in Europe as it is in South Africa. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what's going on in France in the extended reality space and where we might see some interesting developments?
So I think in France, of course, there's a scene on XR and all of the immersive world, but it's still dedicated to a very few people. And and when you come to African realities or Afro-diasporic realities, there's absolutely nobody. Like the kids from immigrants, the diaspora, they are not even involved into those technologies because there's a kind of a glass ceiling, because it feels like those technologies are not accessible for them. So we don't have stories of our own in France, and we don't have less stories about what's going on the African continent. And if I have to say, we probably have more stories coming from the continent than stories coming from the diaspora kids that were born in France and that are living in France. So we really have a gap, and we can't explain why, because it's a question of education and training, because those schools are not accessible for Afro-diasporic kids. So the gap starts here. And as an institution for us, it's really difficult to find that kind of project here in France. So we definitely look at the continent, and that's why we are talking with Arafa. Just for example, last year we created a forum called Création Africa, and we invited a lot of actors from the continent in the XR world. Nobody from France was here, maybe one or two people that were interested in that topic, but it was really difficult for us to reach the same audience, the peers of people just like Arafa, to be able to come and show their work or even discuss this. So yes, the scene is of course developed because we have a lot of support from our Ministry of Culture, of the Center for Cinema, and we have a lot of, how can I say that, support, guichet, support,
a lot of
opportunities like to support people who are doing XR, but we have a gap because it's only people that are, in a way, let's put it this way, it's only people who are privileged who are able to reach that kind of technologies. And it's not only about XR, because even in journalism, even in cinema, we don't have people from the Afro-diasporic, people from the Afro-descendant people who are like, getting in. So this is the reality in France. We have an industry, but we have a gap when it comes to people just like Rafa, just like myself, or just like Christelle. So what we are doing, our strategy is, okay, let's go to the continent and bring stories that comes from you guys, and then maybe we will inspire people here to tell them that, you know what, they did it with Electric South. We can do the same thing here. So you just have to get in, just like you were saying previously. So this is right now the panorama of what's going on in France right now.
Right. Yeah. There's definitely opportunity for this creative side of extended reality to really be fleshed out, and I think it's showcased here at places like Fak'ugesi, where it's not just programmers who are doing the work; it's also storytellers, it's artists. There's a very artistic side to this technology that I think often gets downplayed. You know, it's a creative medium. It's a media that allows you to create something. What you create is very important. It's the stories that we tell. It's the culture that we share. It's the culture that we create.
Sure. And we are here right now to support that kind of initiative. We are here to tell them, guys, just get in, and we will find the way for you to find a proper producer who will help you dive into this world, and we will be here to support financially. We will be here to find some other sponsors, and at the end of the day, we will create that work of art, because at the end of the day, it's art. And that's what we are doing right now. So we are creating an immersive piece with people from Benin, from Brazil, and from France. France is kind of leading the technology side, and the artistic side will be on the ends on the Beninese and the Brazilian ones. And for us, it's really important for them to be able to come here and to understand the whole process of writing for XR, of creating and developing for XR, and not just being only an artist. We really want them to be involved in it, just because we never know. They will probably be really immersed, because this is the word, into that industry, and it will create a virtuous circle, because from that first piece we are creating, hopefully in 2026 they will do something else with some other people, but at least we will have start and ignite the flame for them. Sorry.
Yeah, let's talk about some of those stories from the continent. Daniel, you've worked in this technology for a while. You've told stories out of East Africa. Care to weigh in on stories from the continent, what you're excited about?
I think first, understanding the tech space is the most important aspect of our mission. And personally, that's why I want to maybe come up with an idea, or if we apply the stake, and let's say if we start, especially from the tourism aspect, that will be our first entry for convincing our community, because for most it feels like we're copying and pasting those technologies from abroad. So giving that awareness and in the tech space itself is our mission. The reason I mentioned that is I personally see we Africans need to come up with our own immersive designs, our immersive tools, technologies, not only the contents, but the way to achieve all of those will come maybe from understanding the whole development process, design process. It requires a lot of talents, a lot of mentorship and partners to work with. So it's like a continuous process all over the place. So from East Africa coming up with all this idea. In our country, there are like other priorities, there are some political issues, and to advance on immersive technology itself is very challenging. But within all of those limitations, I can start with, let's say, COVID, because that was the time when we established the company, so we had a lot of challenges. But we managed to deploy more than 50 different projects related to tourism, telling African stories, especially, for our community to get empowered through the power of immersive technologies, not only limited to virtual reality. And we are also evolving our technologies. So Guzotech, I don't know if you have seen our video maybe 2 or a month ago, we released our first XR prototype. So it's a device, it's a weapon that we designed. It's an African made. That's something we want to tell. It's not about consuming some other products from abroad. It's good. We don't have a $10 billion research in East Africa or in general in Africa, but we can come up with something. Let's say Hello World onto the device, design process and also programming process. And later on, we can, if we are lucky with securing partnership with any company, any manufacturing company outside of the continent, we can come up with a co-branded kind of technology. So Africans are also creative enough to come up with or to design something in the immersive world. So there are headsets, but the next headset could also be from Africa. There are other items. When I say XR, it's very huge space in the technologies of immersive experiences. So on our one side, we are specializing in developing contents, game engines, programming, all of those aspects of immersive experiences. That's good. It requires different professionals, starting from historians, professionals in their own domain, in their own industry, because we are tech enablers, so we don't actually directly involve in the sector-centered kind of ideas, but we bring all of those professionals, experts to this industry and try to showcase their works through the power of immersive technologies. On the other end, which I personally lead, is the engineering aspect of immersive technologies. Can we design something new? There is this company in, I think, South Africa, Aiden VR. They started their own headset. So that's a good inspiration for the rest of other studios all over Africa. So there are a bunch of inspirations I can mention. We work closely with Electric South. Those are like, I was also one of the alumni of Electric South and AR/VR Africa. So empowering the community is one thing, but we want to achieve not only the industry aspect of the technology, but also the academic part, the research part. So we are trying to achieve very little effort in all of those categories. And want to be like an example for the rest of other African studios, enthusiasts into this space, and companies who are willing to start. Like Rico said, the time is now. You don't have to wait. We are way behind all of the advancement of all the tech aspect. They are announcing year by year new gadgets, new products, new innovations. But if we are only consuming all of those technologies, that's not how we grow as an African. So all of these leading technologies, all of these leading studios should focus not only the content aspect, but on the engineering aspect, on the products, on the devices, prototyping aspect as well. So I think we're trying a few things. We sold our first XR product to the government, which is also a good thing for a very small startup based in Addis. So that's how we are working on.
So it's an interesting point. It's not just a business building exercise that we're doing, it's an industry building exercise that we're trying to do. We're trying to figure out exactly where businesses can be made, which industries and which parallel industries can utilize this technology. Thank you. Great, good points there. Let's turn it over to questions. Let's turn it over to the audience. Is there anything particular that you guys wanted to chat about? Anybody? We can come back to it. Yeah?
Thanks for a great panel, guys. I think my question is mostly for Dale, but I'll open it to Ulrika and obviously the rest of the floor. But how important do you think community development is in creating, I guess, obviously larger communities of people in the XR space that maybe don't know how to get involved, and I think my question is maybe what kind of advice do you have to people that maybe aren't part of communities or would like to build communities, and how would you sort of inspire them to go out and find or create these communities?
Yeah, I mean, if you guys don't mind, this is actually a very question close to my heart. The first thing I did when I started in extended reality is I reached out to the people that were already in it and tried to find out as much as I could, what's working, what's not working, where do you guys meet up, who are the big players in the game, what tools are they using. So personally, I think community plays a massive role in the development of this technology locally. But yeah, let's find out from the rest of the panel. What do you guys think about community's role in extended reality playing out in Africa?
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I really appreciate you asking the question because I think you know the answer already. But I think what the intention is to help people understand the vital role that these communities play, because this shit is really hard still. 10 years in, I mean, I'm 65 in my soul because of how hard it is to kind of, make this stuff work. And I think that in the early days, there weren't a lot of people, and I'm grateful that a lot of the people I did meet in the early days are still around, like Gareth, like you. But it's a very lonely road sometimes, especially for people on the engineering side. And I think community is absolutely vital because you've got the bigger the community is, the more of a range you have of people with experience and skills. I mean, you've now got, a couple of weeks ago, I met somebody who is from Kenya. She has gone and done visual effects for massive, huge Hollywood films, done the full circle, worked at Industrial Light and Magic, worked at Weta, now come back to Africa and really, really keen to make that knowledge and experience accessible to people wanting to break into those types of industries. And I think that's on the high end of the spectrum. And those people want to help. These people are coming back passionate about the continent. And I think the continent, I think there's a lot of untapped potential as well. But I think if we don't mobilize it, if we don't have easy access for people to get into these communities, get access to hardware, get access to software, etc., we'll lose that. We'll lose those opportunities, and/or people will just leave where it is easier. And France, to be fair to France, they're making it quite easy in some ways on a funding level for creators to kind of get their projects kickstarted up there. And I think that's a huge shame personally, because I want Africa to keep its people. Yeah.
I imagine Elizabeth and Christelle might have a bit to say on the topic of community building in the XR space in Africa.
Yes, as I was saying previously, we created that forum called Forum Création Africa. We made the first edition last year in Paris, and we are preparing the next one on the continent, because what we did last year was kind of magical because it was only 3 days where all the creatives, the creatives that we invited, because we invited 350 people, something like that, and it created something really great because everybody connect with each other. Some of the people from the continent didn't know about what was going on in Senegal, and Senegal didn't know what was going on in Kenya or in Tanzania, etc., etc. So people connected on that, and we felt like this can't be in France because at the end of the day, the conversation is Pan-African. So we decided to do the second edition on the continent just to keep up on that connecting circle and to be able to keep the talents, the producing people here on the continent right now. And then parallel to that, we are working for the government. We have to be honest. We work for the Ministry of Culture of France. So there's, of course, politics involved in it, but things have changed because if it was like 20 years ago, France would have just put money and probably tell people, come to us and just stay there. And now they are more into collaborating and
bridges in order they can connect to each other.
Exactly.
And also for us, the role model are also very important, because community is one thing, but also it's a way to create inspiration for the new generation and the newcomers also in the game. So for other communities, very a key of all the ecosystem of XR and more and the immersive world in general. Yeah.
So yes, we are trying to keep on doing that. It's funny because I'm telling you I'm working for the government, but before that I used to work by myself. Arafa knows it because we worked together before. We were into that XR thing, and when I was able to bring that forum to life, the name of Arafa pop out, and I was like, whoa, I worked with her, but on a different field, and now she's doing XR. So now my work was like, okay, let's do our best to highlight her and allow her to grow into expertise and into art. And us as a government and as a public force, we will put vital energy in it, try to find ways to have money, and that forum is linked to another program which is called Création Africa 2. And yes, we helped develop a project on the continent, and the way we did it wasn't to feed the West. It was really to be to help the creators to develop their thing on the continent and to develop the industry, so that we won't be into that diffusion idea. We really want people to be producers. We really want people to be entrepreneurs. We really want the industry to grow instead of giving money, making art, and then we broadcast it in France, and then after that, nothing happens. So yes, this is mostly what we are working on right now, on that program Création Africa, and hopefully you'll be able to see what we are planning
next year in June.
Exactly, next year in June. We don't say we can't say the country, but it's going to be probably in East Africa. So now you know.
Great, thank you. Arafa, you tapped into the Digital Lab Africa community to build Letu. Is that right? Is that a route that you would recommend?
Yes, definitely. Because I really came into XR brand new. I joined the new media lab with Electric South about 3 years ago. As I applied, because I'd only done some digital art. Some InDesign, Illustrator work. And so when I jumped into XR, I loved the call because it really said you don't need any experience, you just need an idea. And as I joined it, the cohort that was selected that year was a range of different kinds of artists, from myself, a physical artist, like a builder, to actual world builder, to media artists, so many different kinds of artists. And together we learned from scratch everything about XR, everything about the digital world. It also gave us access to some of the mentors that we were able to talk to live and digitally, were some of the greatest creators I know on the continent, but also even from abroad. So it really felt like a massive jump from knowing nothing to knowing a lot. And it also gave you a community to work with. So out of the cohort, I think and we were 11 of us from all over from 11 different countries. And I think I've worked with at least 6 of them. We've supported each other in different projects, such as, for example, Yara Da Costa, who's from Mozambique. She's from Mozambique. She's working on the art project, kind of looking at the rise and fall of the sea levels in East Africa, but also on the East African coast, but also specifically looking at dhows, which are these boats that are made on the Swahili coast. And this is a project that I'd already done a project based on dhows. And so together we were able to do some research together, do some history together, and we built up our own little knowledge system about dhows, and also supporting her, helping her reach my network in East Africa, where she could tour this project along the relevant coast, extending further than her country. This is just one of the connections I made. Even my own project led to, I had support from engineers from Tanzania, Kenya, Mozambique, South Africa, and this is not something I would have been able to do without Electric South. So if you find it, I always recommend to young artists, if you find it difficult reaching out yourself, something like Electric South, even if it's not the residences, even if you're unable to join the actual opportunities, reach out to them. They will open up the communities they have. They will open up the database, and then you have access to all these amazing creators. And I also want to shout out Liz and the forum that I went to last year. That was, for me, one of the greatest experiences of my life. To meet other creators on my level, and higher level from all over the continent is so inspiring. Working in Tanzania sometimes feels like you're working in isolation. While I have very easy access to Kenya, everywhere else seems locked up. But to find people that were exploring the same topics, like for me, it's the marginalized community in like Star Spaces, exploring even the same ideas, transcending digital into physical, which is what a lot of my work is about. It was extremely inspiring to see. I think community's there. The great thing about the scene on the continent, at least for me, is it's young and it's Africa, it's super young. So there's always an opportunity to jump in. I love the idea of open source where everyone's constantly sharing information, sharing digital objects that they're making, sharing tips, sharing skills. It's marvelous, the community that is being built right now. And I wouldn't be here without them, really. Thank you, Liz, and everyone in Electric South as well.
Yeah, yeah. And I guess that's why we're here, right? Is we want to be part of this community. We want to help grow this industry through community. So thank you to everybody who's here. We're going to start wrapping up. So if there's any burning questions, anybody at all? There is. Yeah, Luke?
Awesome. Hi. Thanks, everyone. So Ulrike, you mentioned that you're done kind of predicting or prophesizing what happens with the industry. Dale, I think a couple months ago, we all said when Apple releases their headset, we're going to be swimming in money, only for us to get that completely wrong because half the world's in elections at the time. Just, I suppose, if it's any sort of catharsis, would anyone here be happy to talk about their wrong predictions? Because obviously it was data-driven at the time. You saw it trending and you thought that this is where we were going to go. But is there anything that you're like, man, I got that wrong. We thought it was going this way, didn't go that way. We're all still here, so I imagine it isn't catastrophic. But if you're happy to talk about any kind of those predictions that went astray, I'm interested to know from people who have more experience than me.
Jesus, what a long list.
Yeah.
I mean, the first one that comes to mind is, by the end of 2016, 100% everyone is going to have a headset in the household. That was my prediction. Like, we're going to have this amazing distribution platform. It's going to be like TVs, except you wear it on your face, and original content is going to get monetized. 10 years later, 360 video still has no sustainable paywall on any headset, on any platform, etc. So, that's got that one really wrong. And yet, a bunch of people who assume the same are still around. Dale, if anything come to mind, I'll think of some others if I can.
I remember seeing a news article saying that Samsung had patented some smart contact lenses. And this must have been about 12 years ago, I think. And I was like, oh man, okay, that must mean household smart glasses must be around the corner, and they're still not really a thing, But we're seeing a lot of progress towards that end. But I think it just speaks to what Ulrike said earlier. Trying to get the timing of a prediction right is notoriously difficult. But it's a little easier if you're in the industry and getting your hands dirty, I suppose.
I think so. Yeah. I think really, again, one of the most important lessons I've learned is just embrace the uncertainty of it. And it's hard, but I think the external factors are less relevant than your own internal factors. To be able to, not put too many eggs in a specific predictions basket, if that makes sense. But I think anticipating scale, anticipating costs coming down, anticipating the resolutions being better. I still love 360 video, and we struggle with, even today, with the resolution of native cameras. The pro level 360 video world is just awful right now. We're going to go back to building our own cameras again, which is how we started in the first place, which I didn't want to do. We're not a hardware company, but means to the end. Yeah, there are a lot of things that we predicted that went wrong. Good idea for a LinkedIn post or something. Thanks.
101 things I got wrong about the metaverse. Great. So I had one last question that I wanted to run by the panel before we wrap up. Let's go one by one. The question I wanted to run past these experts in the field is, what are your thoughts on the end of the smartphone era? Is that just a XR fantasy, or is it, coming around the corner? What are your thoughts?
I'll let the online guys start that one. Yeah.
Online panel, does anyone want to take that?
I don't have any answer for that, to be really honest. I really don't know. I can't imagine that this will be the end of smartphones, but I'm not a specialist to have a real take on that. So I can't answer that question. I'm sorry, guys.
I was going to say that I don't think it's coming to an end anytime soon, at least on the continent, or maybe I can just talk about Tanzania. People are starting to discover and people are building for smartphones now. Smartphones are in the villages and across the country. I think, like on the continent, that's not going to happen anytime soon.
Daniel, any thoughts?
I think I already answered this one. Maybe for the world, in the next 3 to 5 years, definitely we see a big market. Let's say, it's good to see the insights. Oculus 2 headsets, I think there were like 22 million units were sold. So that tells something, right? And they are advancing their technologies. And now TikTok is also investing on Pico technologies, which is like they are evolving, they are adding a lot of features. So here and there we are seeing a bunch of companies are entering into this space. So they want these technologies to be the frontier, and they are less expensive than smartphones. So there is a good reason for us maybe to predict this type of technologies will dominate in the next few years. But I can't say Africa or inside this continent we will be, in the smartphone era on this time. So it's really hard for me to predict, but in general, that what's going to happen based on my insight. But let me just put a few things. Don't underestimate companies like, the Elon Musk company, it's called the Brain Chip, the neural link, because the way we see the visual thing might not be through the hardwares. That's my personal, insights still. I'm also a researcher into the AI field. So with the power of AI and, brain chip technologies, we still don't know. I say no one could tell you that's how we dream during the night. So imagine if there is a chip that can mimic the idea of, or maybe show us something in 4K quality without even requiring any headsets. Still, it's on research. Still, companies are struggling to achieve that kind of power. So whenever we stick to these immersive technologies, probably brain chip will be the easiest way to deploy it. So it's very cheap, it will be controlled. There are technologies, tests, experiments here and there. So, those leading companies that we know, leading influentials or experts in the industry, they might come up with something, unique. But with the things that we know and we see from the world, I can say, okay, in 5 years, definitely there will be a big competition between these two worlds. And why do we require 2D interface when we have access to see things in an immersive way and when we have access to visualize it in our own space? So it's like an evolution. This is like an upgrade. No one wants to be, to live in a downgraded version of 2D space. So yeah, we have a better option. There is competitions, like you all mentioned, community is, driving force. That's what determines when it will be executed. But yeah, I'm a tech professional, I'm a tech enthusiast, and I feel like, okay, maybe running towards the headsets might not be good. And people like Elon Musk will dominate the immersive era through the brain chip technology. That's like one prediction.
Great,
That's
well
all.
put.
I think I agree with that. I mean, I was just going to say, Dale, that I think it's probably more a philosophical question than anything, because what really is a smartphone? A smartphone, in my opinion, is it's digital augmentation of our wetware. We are all already androids. The smartphone was sort of like the first wave of that, but really everything that comes pursuant to it is just a change in form factor. But what it is that it's doing in augmenting our lives, giving access, immediate access to information, experiences, relief, distraction, it's just a question of what the hardware is, but not necessarily what it's actually doing in our lives and in evolutionary history of humans. So yeah, I think it is the end of the form factor, but not the end of what the smartphone is doing for us. Yeah.
Well put, and thanks to our panel. I think that hits our time cap, but thank you so much for coming through and hanging out with us. And I guess we can pick it up afterwards if you come and want to chat to us a bit more. Yeah, thanks for having us. Our panelists, Ulrico Grechcombo, Daniel Getachew, Elizabeth, Liz Gomez, Christelle Foley, and Arafa Hamadi. Thank you so much, panel, and thank you so much, audience.
Thank you.
That's what I do all the time. Late night conversations during the day. That's good enough.
Thank you. A round of applause again. A bit louder, guys. Come on. Thank you to each and everyone. Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Ulrico. The next panel is brought to you by Africa Games Week at the Fak'ugesi Festival. I have to remind you that we are at the Fak'ugesi Festival 2024 until Unlocked. For some of you who don't know what Africa Games Week is, now in its 7th edition, has established themselves as a premium business event for the video game industry, developers, content creators, and industry leaders who come across Africa. So the next panel discussion is titled Empowering African Creativity, Unleashing the Potential of Game Development, which will be moderated by Nicholas Hall, who is a South African leading lawyer in the digital entertainment industry. I'll give him an opportunity, then he will introduce the guest speakers, and he will take you on a journey to discuss this beautiful topic. Nick, you can come on stage. Please, a round of applause, guys. I want to see if you guys are still awake. Come on. We are at the Fak'ugesi African Digital Innovation Festival 2024 until Unlocked. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Ben, why don't you just come join me on stage? And pizzazz. I mean, woo. We're going to do the intros with everybody. Yes, okay. So we'll kind of run through one by. You can be first. How about that?
Oh.
Okay. Great. So hi, my name is Nick Hall. I do a variety of things for the games industry in Africa and abroad. I am one of the founders of Africa Games Week, but I am also the commercial manager at Reforged Studios, which is a global conglomerate of game development studios where I head up their investments and mergers and acquisitions. I've been involved in the South African games scene, specifically doing a lot of policy development. I was said, I am a recovering lawyer. I got better and went in-house. And with me today, we have some other really established players in the African game scene, and we're here ready to kind of share some knowledge on what's happening and how we can see and hope to have cross-collaboration with the other creative industries in Africa. Joining me on stage is Ben Myers. He is the founder and creative director of Nyamakop, one of the largest game development studios in Johannesburg and on the continent. Ben, do you want to just intro yourself?
Yeah, CEO and creative director of Nyamakop, currently making probably one of the largest games ever made in sub-Saharan Africa by budget, team size, or scope. It's unannounced, so you can't prove that I'm lying, but I promise it's true. And yeah, I've been involved in the South African game scene for a long time. Studied game design at Wits Digital Arts, lectured there, was program manager of Amaze Johannesburg, RIP. Yeah, just kicking about, really. That's me.
And then joining us online, we have Dimpo Moeti, who's a business developer for Rocket Ride Games. Dimpo is joining us from Cape Town. Dimpo, do you want to intro yourself?
Development manager at Rocket Ride Games. We basically help studios find full funding to make their games. We interact a lot with publishers. I've been in the games industry for about 8 years. I helped create and run Playtopia for the first 2 years that it's been going on. I've worked both with Nyamakop, Free Lives, and a lot of the IP generating studios here in South Africa, and it is great to be here. It's been a while since my last Fak'ugesi. Hi.
Thanks, Dimpo. And then lastly, we have Hugo Obi joining us from Nigeria. Hugo runs a studio there called Malayo Games. Hugo, do you want to intro yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hey, Nick. Hey, Ben. Hi, Dimpo. It's Malayo. So Malayo is a mobile games development studio. We're headquartered in Lagos, Nigeria. But we do have distributed teams across 5 African countries. We specifically mobile game development. In addition to that, we also run Game of Africa, which is one of the largest training programs for game developers on the continent, providing a pathway for people to get into the games industry. It's a free training program that is in its 4th edition and runs every year from August to December. Last year, we published the first Africa Games Industry Report, the comprehensive 72 pages comprehensive report on the games industry. Anybody who wants to understand the market, the key players, I definitely encourage you to go download the report and check it out. But that's a key resource to educate both local and foreign investors, policymakers, and also provide a strong resource material for game developers within the continent. Malayo Games did the first co-production partnership with Disney on the Disney Waju Rising Chef game that we published in February this year. So that's a project based on the Waju IP. So Malayo did that, and we did all of that in-house with African talent. And then I'm wearing a t-shirt. Secret Letter is a mobile game that we just published yesterday. And that was a co-production with Studio Bolland, a Cape Town-based animation studio, where we did the development and they did the visual art for the game. It's a word game based on mystery. So that's me in a nutshell.
Great, thanks you, Hugo. So I just want to get via a show of hands, how many people in our audience are involved directly in the video games industry, or have had some experience either through you're an intermediary or you run a studio? No. Okay, cool. Okay, we've got a couple. All right. So I think maybe what's useful is we will just start with a very high kind of level view on what we see as the opportunities for game development in Africa. And then I think from there we will move on to explore the opportunities that game development has with other creative industries, because one of the beautiful things about game development is that it crosses so many different other sectors. It uses animation, it uses music, it uses story-driven, like narrative design. It dives into kind of technology, and so it's where all of these different disciplines kind of come together into this one mix, and you can leverage any of those specifically as an emphasis for your game. So just from kind of my perspective, and then I'm going to ask Hugo and Ben to kind of dip in. I think there's two kind of big things that we're seeing at the moment for African game development studios in terms of opportunities. The one is there's a lot of global interest in seeing stories and I don't like the word, but game content being developed by African studios for a global audience. And then kind of linked to that, there's the African audience is kind of the next big unlocked market. And so there's a lot of studios, and Hugo can definitely speak to this. There's an opportunity for us to be building games that reflect our realities and viewed through our lenses. And so we're starting to see increased interest in people trying to build games for their local consumer markets. And then lastly, kind of where I came from and how I've been involved in the games industry is that from a work-for-hire perspective, we have really high-quality engineers, artists, we have a great amount of talent, and so we're seeing increased interest from other jurisdictions on working with African studios, not only because it's cost-effective, but because there's just talent that they're not able to get readily as they are in the rest of the world. Hugo, I think let's start with you. Can you speak a little bit about what you see kind of the opportunity is for local African consumer markets?
No, totally. So, I like to start off, with the idea that everybody plays games in one shape or form, whether it's board games, tabletop games, traditional outdoor games, but gaming is something that everybody is used to in some form. Obviously, looking at kind of like the digital games that we have today, first of all, is that we are purely focused on mobile. So when I speak, I specifically speak about the mobile space. And I know the market in South Africa is slightly different. And this is mostly because for the rest of Sub-Saharan Africa, if I speak more specifically about Nigeria, the demographic doesn't have as much disposable income. So like PC console, it's not as readily available. So people are more comfortable playing games on their mobile devices. We obviously know how big mobile phones are from a distribution standpoint and from a reach standpoint. So that's the platform that we utilize. But even taking a step back, I like to think of what we do here in Malio as telling stories. And the medium that we use to tell stories is video games. Unlike telling traditional stories through books, comics, movies, music, we use gaming as our form for telling stories. There's so many stories that can be told. Some people can tell historical stories. Some people can tell factual stories. We like to think, for us as a studio, we want to tell stories based on lived experiences. So what we see is like what is actually happening to people around us in almost like real time, and using that to craft the narrative that we think can be interacted with from a game standpoint, and we can kind of like infuse mechanics into that lived experience. So that could be, if I can use the example of, say, Rising Chef, which is essentially a traditional cooking game, but based in the city of Lagos, based around Nigerian food, and based around impatient customers, which is something that most people can recognize. And obviously going through the progression of unlocking new restaurants, unlocking new recipes, upgrading equipment, which are traditional mechanics that you would have in pretty much any game that you play. So that's kind of like how we think about it. And when you think about the audience for this, it's massive. It's, from the kids who are in school, who appreciate this form of representation, to the parents, the people who live abroad, who see this as a mechanism to reconnect with kind of like their home, or reconnect with their friends and family, to people who are curious about new cultures and want to learn about something different and want to have a different experience. Something that we are increasingly building more awareness around is this idea of untold stories. Every culture, every people have stories that can be told using this medium. And it's creators like us who can leverage the skill sets and the abilities that we have to be able to bring these stories to these platforms. And that's really what we do. And that's what I think is really the opportunity. I mean, yes, I can throw up a whole bunch of numbers and stats and sort of like market size and all of that. But really, if you think about it from a fundamental standpoint, it's what us as creatives love to do, which is like share our unique perspectives with other people. Be it fashion, be it art, be it music, and in this case, obviously, be it video games.
Thanks, Hugo. Ben, I'd like to talk a little bit about the project that we cannot talk about because it's so far undisclosed. But I mean, there's an interesting thesis behind the story of the game, and it's being built for PC and console specifically. So it doesn't necessarily specifically target an African audience on the continent, just due to the low penetration of those devices. But it is very African, the story you're trying to tell. Can you just kind of talk a little bit more about your thesis there around creating African content for an international audience?
So I think Hugo's doing the much harder thing, which is monetizing the African market. Please hurry up, Hugo, and figure it out. I think our thesis is that essentially there are reports out there that show 73% of African Americans play video games, which is a larger percentage than any other demographic in the United States. Which means there's tens of millions of African Americans who are already playing video games. But we're not seeing any games that are African-inspired trying to reach out to those people. But we are seeing in other genres, other forms of media such as music and film, like that sort of African-inspired content is doing well. So our thesis is really African-inspired games for a global audience, and particularly the African diaspora. And there hasn't, despite this like nascent, very large audience of people that is already playing games, there isn't much attempt to try and reach them as of yet. And I also think our other sort of thesis is it costs about 40% roughly to make a game in South Africa of what it does in the West. So that's really great to make smaller games that are cheaper, but the more expensive and larger your game is, the bigger that difference becomes. Like making a $100,000 game for $40,000, isn't hugely impactful, but making a $10 million game for $4 million starts to really make that difference feel like at home. So we're basically trying to make very big, polished, African-inspired games for the Western market. And I think if it does blow up, there is an opportunity of it somewhat doing relatively well in Africa as well, but that's not our main target at all. Yeah.
Thanks. Dimple, I'm just going to pass over to you now, because I think we've kind of got a good understanding now of the opportunity both in local and international markets, but making games costs money, so much money. And one of the things that's always kind of been the challenge is how do African developers unlock that funding to make their stories, their visions a reality. You act as kind of that linkage between international funding partners and local developers. Can you speak a little bit about what you're seeing out there in terms of, is there a lot of interest in development, in what studios are making? Is there a lot of requests for content? And are there people or funds that are specifically targeting developers on the continent?
So the real answer is that currently the industry is going through a significant change very quickly and very rapidly. So we're seeing more and more new types of funding, smaller budgets for the games that are being made. This is just sort of a consequence of a whole bunch of factors, including the consolidation of a lot of development studios, of a lot of publishers. There is still an excitement and an interest in funding the continent, but there are some structural barriers that make it a bit more complex, a little bit harder, both in terms of the market on the continent, the research done, both in terms of who is the market, what are the skills available, at what level are the studios, whether it's within the southern region of Africa, North Africa, really just getting an understanding of what's there. That being said, there is significant interest and funding that is slowly being made available to the continent. There is funding, particularly for mobile, that I think Hugo, through Google and training opportunities, Xbox has a developer fund that is actively looking for developers on the continent and will fund their console games, the ports to console, let me say that clearly, as well as potentially funding their prototypes if it's a strong enough game for PC. So there are these opportunities. There are even one or two VCs that are starting to look into funding sort of the creative fields and digital fields at large, so film, looking at game development, looking at startups, but there is also pros and cons when it comes to VC funding in terms of where a studio is, how the studio can grow, and what growth would be best in the long term for the studio versus what is the growth expected from a private equity or VC fund. So there's a lot of opportunity.
Great. And I think something that you've said is like, for people who aren't familiar with the industry, it's currently going through a bit of a tough time due to a variety of factors. And that means is that we're exploring a lot of, well, the industry is exploring different monetization models and different ways of raising funding.
Yeah.
And one of the things that's really kind of come out in the last year or 2 years or so is this idea of cross-media content. And so the idea is that you're no longer trying to just fund a game, but you're trying to fund a game that is also an animation, that is also going to have a comic book kind of part to it. And you know, sometimes it works that it's a game that then is going to then leverage into these different formats, but increasingly we're starting to see film and books trying to get games created of that original kind of content. And so I'm going to open this up to the entire panel. Do you have any kind of interesting stories or examples of this kind of cross-media collaboration that we've seen on the continent? And Dimple and Hugo, you're just going to have to like start speaking because Ben can raise his hand and I can point to him, but you guys, you're just going to have to go.
I can pick that up. I mean, the best example, I think, is the Disney Waju. Disney Waju is probably the best one. So for those of you who don't know, Disney launched its first African animation series. I mean, I know like they did something prior, but this was in collaboration with another UK Nigerian-based studio called Ugali, and this had been in production, I think, since 2021. And to do the launch, they wanted to do a tie-in game with that animation series. So they, you know, like reached out to us and wanted us to kind of like build a game that leveraged that to extend the reach of that IP. And when we pitched them, you know, obviously we looked at the IP, the animation series itself, and we pitched them a cooking game because we felt like we could tell another story that wasn't the actual core story itself. So leveraging the characters, leveraging the environment, and just building something that we felt like, you know, like a mobile audience, a casual audience would enjoy. And also have a strong narrative around food and, you know, like the relationship that people have with food, because like this is obviously something that's a strong cultural tool for us. So I think like that's a really good example. And both the game and the TV show launched on the same day. So on the same day that the TV show went on Disney Plus globally, the game launched on Android and iOS globally on the same day. Now, unfortunately, the numbers from that is not as great as we would have wanted it to be because they launched as a premium game. And premium games on mobile, I mean, this is back to Ben's point around monetizing users in Africa. Premium games on mobile don't typically do very well as compared to, say, premium games on PC and console. I mean, that's still hard, but the audience for PC and console is more attuned to paying for content, whereas your mobile audience is more comfortable getting it for free. So whenever you ask them to pay for it up front, there's always this huge reluctance. And that was the experience that we had. But this idea of like cross-platform, and I think if I'm correct, there might be a comic series coming out based on Iwaju as well. So this is back to the point. It started off as an animation, you know, a game came out of it, and there is plans to do a comic series out of it. But don't say I said that.
Dimple, are you starting to see a lot more of these kind of cross-media funding schemes when kind of coming to market and people requesting bids for them? I'm thinking like one of the major funders that we've seen, for example, move into the game space recently is Netflix. But yes. I mean, even beyond that, you know, sure, the platforms themselves are looking for content, but are you seeing kind of third parties, private investors, other kind of studios looking for games to be made in collaboration with their other media?
Yes, so I'm seeing a lot of both. Obviously, with new funders and new players on the scene, such as Netflix, even Crunchyroll, who are actively looking for partners for great ideas that can take a show that they've created and something that's done really well and turn it into a game that is enjoyable, that'll keep people on the platform. Similar things are happening with Crunchyroll, looking for games that are very much suited to the audience that already exists. But in addition to that, more and more, you're seeing a lot of studios who have an idea for a game as well as a show, as well as comic books, as well as creating cinematic universes throughout, so that you're not just getting one experience. There's also a lot of overlap between companies that do game development, whether it's as a developer or as a publisher, that are also involved in either television or movies. You've got people like Annapurna. Until very, very recently, you had Ziff Media that also ran and owned Humble Games. And so this is still a model that there's a lot of excitement for. And I think as you're seeing stronger stories coming through from television shows that do well, from movies that manage to capture the excitement of games, you have more direct interest and investment into either having games that already are connected to an idea and could be across platforms, or movies and shows that have done well that are looking to be turned into excellent games that really speak to the story, speak to the experience of the film, while still being new and exciting.
So
and distinct.
Ben has stuck up his hand. Do you have something to contribute? Because I actually have a follow-up question for you potentially, but go ahead.
No, I was going to sort of riff off what Dee was saying. I think what you're also seeing is Hollywood is becoming so risk avoidant that they're not really making a lot of new IPs, and so now en masse they're going to games to adapt things, possibly things that shouldn't get adapted, like the Minecraft movie trailer. I'm not sure how good that looks, but a lot of video game movies are getting made, and honestly they're so hungry for content that we, with our unannounced, uncompleted video game, have been pitching the film and TV adaptation of the game for about a year, or 2 years even. And I've been in the room with the producer of Transformers, who's, grossed like $1 billion. And it's just wild how making a game that's unannounced, that's how desperate Hollywood is for this sort of like content to adapt. I just want to share that. I think it's intriguing.
So I think, and I'm going to kind of go back to something that I said earlier, is one of the other joys of games is that it's so cross-disciplinary. And Ben, I'm going to kind of throw this back at you, is that for the audience, there was only a handful of you who are actively in the games industry, but you're all creatives, and I think we want to kind of explore now what is the opportunity for you to get involved in the games industry. So Ben, when you built up Nyamakop, I know you had a very particular hiring plan in terms of who you were going after. Can you talk about that a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, I think the ciphering games industry back in the day, and still to some extent, is not the most diverse place, but it's changing over time. There used to be more white men named Ben than women of color at one point. But we've started to kill the Bens, and so things are getting better. But I think for us doing Nyamakop, it was very important, if we're making African-inspired games, to have a company that was way more diverse and representative. Otherwise, just a bunch of white guys making African-inspired games wouldn't look too great. But the issue was the industry wasn't diverse, so there was no diverse people to hire, or poach even. So we had to very quickly find different ways to find diverse and inclusive people. So we started looking at related industries. So most of our art team comes out of the animation industry in South Africa. Thankfully, the way the model works there is so often contract-based, so it's just a matter of waiting for people's contracts to end. But our art director was lead matte painter on SEAL Team, and most of the art team has worked on at Triggerfish at some point in time. Our narrative director, Mahale Mashiko, is amazing. She's a novelist, and she used to write for Marvel and DC. So we've had to really look at all these sort of related industries, and then bring them all together and sort of train how to use those core skill sets they do have and use them specifically in the language of games. But it's way easier to do that than to train someone from the ground up the core skills as well. It's just easier to transfer someone into the games industry if they have those core skill sets.
Hugo, you alluded to earlier about the training program that you have been running kind of across Africa. In terms of your intake of students, can you speak to terms of where their skill sets are from? Are you seeing that it's very cross-disciplinary, or are you finding that it's, there's certain sectors or respective skill sets that are kind of dominant?
Yeah, so our approach is slightly different, and I really like what the insight that Ben shared around how they were thinking about it. What we did was to find, people who were interested in working in games, but didn't necessarily have the skills or background in media. For us, it didn't matter. I think that for us, the most important thing was the motivation, that people actually wanted to invest their time in this industry. So what we designed is essentially a foundational program that takes people, over 5 months, takes people from little or no experience to at least some kind of like baseline, where they can have some look into the space and decide if it's right for them or not. And then at that point, we then hire the best talents from that program or from those programs. We now run multiple disciplines. We started with engineering. Today we do art, marketing, and audio. So we then hire the best individuals from that and then really invest in orientation. The concern that we had with individuals who came from more traditional creative spaces was that they do sometimes come with a set mindset around how things work. And they try and apply those set mindsets to game production. And usually what you end up with is trying to fit a round peg in a square hole, and you force it, and there's always a lot of like pushback, and that can be quite frustrating. So we took this kind of like very novel, very risky, time-consuming approach because it really takes a while to ramp people up. But what we have achieved is that you can get to cruising altitude after not a long time, but once you get there, it really sustains. So that's been like really transformational for us in terms of our ability to bring people in. With that first cycle, and it really helped us to define the way we work as a company, and having our core ethos, like having established processes and established systems. And now that we have all of that, it's easier to introduce people to really a functional setup, and they can adapt to it as compared to when we actually, weren't quite sure about the best approach to getting things done. So we're looking for the next wave of experienced individuals who can come into the mold and help contribute and elevate some of what we're doing. So it's more now around refining the processes that we have rather than creating them.
Thanks. Dimpo, much like me, you kind of have had an alternative path into the games industry, and I think that's also worth exploring. I obviously came through kind of legal practice, but can you tell us a little bit more about why business development is important and why we need more business developers?
That is a question. Next question. No, I'm joking. So I think business development is important because understanding how the industry functions, understanding the value of creating and maintaining relationships through networking, through really engaging with all the different sides of the industry, gives you a great overview of what can be useful as a skill set to have, whether you're a team of 4 people or you're a team of 40 or you're a team of 400, right? It's looking at like, how do we ensure that you are being protected in how you want to make your game, and will this be sustainable? How do we ensure that if you make this game, your studio will still be a studio once it comes out? How do we ensure that you're going to make your money back? How do we ensure that you're going to have runway? How do we ensure that you're not wasting money on development that maybe isn't necessary, or on dealing with conflict? Like, how do you really help build the business in such a way that, yes, you're making money, you're a business, but it serves and protects the creativity and the game being created. And I think that's the real value of business development. The games industry is very similar to a lot of industries. It's similar to film in some ways, it's similar to animation, it's similar to music, but in a lot of ways it is also very distinct and different. And so business development, having back-end support through administration, through ensuring all your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed, also protects you, protects your ability, your IP, and the opportunities to exploit and really benefit from that IP. And I think that's something that I'm very interested and excited in. It's just asking that question, how do we ensure that when we have studios as the industry, both in South Africa and the continent at large, grows, it grows in a way that is sustainable, it grows in a way where there is more opportunity, either as someone coming straight out of uni or someone very young going into a junior position, into being able to maintain and sustain mid-level, senior, hopefully one day executive positions as well. And really doing that in a way that serves the developers, serves the audience, less so than serving, 150 people at the top of an executive branch.
Okay, thanks. I am mindful of time, and so I have a bunch of kind of questions that I'll start peppering at the panel, but I was just wondering if there's anybody from the audience who has something specific that they'd like to ask. I see we've got one over there. Am I roaming the mic? I think I am. I'm going to come to you. Oh, no, we've got a mic. Okay, there we go.
Who's the question?
Over here.
Hi, this is just a quick, when Ben and Hugo were discussing bringing on people from different backgrounds and training them, and then Hugo kind of explained the challenge with that. I was very curious to hear Ben kind of respond and speak a little bit on if you've encountered those same challenges, because I imagine that does happen. When people kind of have a set mindset of this is what I know animation is, or this is how how do you work with that and kind of train with that, through that, if that's come up? Yeah.
Yeah, Hugo's completely correct. The mindset, making video games actually has this very weirdly specific mindset compared to other creative mediums. Part of the reason our project has taken so long to make is because of that exact challenge. You have to keep remaking stuff and teaching people how to do it. There's small little examples where it's when you make an animated film, you can make the character 1 million triangles if you really want to, right? Because you just put it in a render farm and it renders 1 frame. But in games, it has to run real time every single frame. So you have to do a lot more with a lot less. And it just takes a long time to actually spot the mindset that someone is missing. Especially because we started in COVID, doing that remote is very difficult. If you can't actually look at someone's screen and see the process they're going through, it's very difficult to understand what they don't understand in terms of a mindset. So I would completely agree with Hugo about that issue, but it is definitely, it's somewhat easier to understand that it's just the mindset that's the problem, not the skill set. I don't need to teach someone how to model. I need to teach them how to model in a specific way. So I think where me and Hugo differ is I'd somewhat prefer to do that over just teaching someone from the ground up, just because it is tricky. So it takes a long time, but it is doable, I guess is my answer.
I'm just quickly going to add on to what Ben said as well, is I think that as you're seeing more, particularly around the technology, as you're seeing more overlap, both in terms of the systems being used, whether you're talking about Blender, whether you're talking about Unreal. I don't know about Unity, so I'm not gonna tell lies. But I think that also makes it easier for that transition to happen, is because hopefully, especially someone who's excited to get into games, who's passionate about games, there is that ability to play around with those tools. There's the ability to really get comfortable with them. And once that happens, it becomes a lot more about specificity and really just breaking habits that don't serve the game, I guess. So I'm just finding a very pretty way to say what Ben just said. But I think that can make it a lot easier. And I think that there are ways where you can start teaching how to view games as something you build up through things like game jams, through playing very particular games and calling attention to specific things within the games on a more technical level. I think also helps break out of that, this is how I do things, this is how things have been done mentality that you'd see coming from other industries and more experience.
Thanks, Dimple. We have another question from the audience.
Can I
Hello.
do something to that before we take the next question? Just to add, so I would use an example around like feedback loops. So the kind of feedback loops that you get in game design or in game development is completely different from other mediums. Especially in our space in mobile, we are heavy data driven. If you have a hit game, maybe you have 10 million people playing that game. You need to understand what people are doing in the game, and you need to use that information to improve the game. Now, that's very difficult to teach, right? And that's a completely different mindset. So what we've done, and this is a culture that you can only experience when you are in games. If you're not in games, you're not familiar with this culture, which is feedback loops. Endless feedback loops. There is no end to building a game. You're never, so when you do an animation project, the moment you push it out, you're done. You don't iterate on it. When you build a game, you're constantly iterating. So I mentioned that we launched the game yesterday, Secret Letter. My screen is doing stuff. I mentioned that we launched Secret Letter yesterday. But that's just version 1. Even at launch, we already have about 50 items in our backlog for that game. 50 items. And this is even before users start telling us what they want and what they think, right? So this iterative mindset is really unique. And everybody needs to be ready. Like the art team, talking about like our art partner, Studio Baller, their work is not done. Even after release, there are still things that we still need to do. What the game looks like today, it's going to be very different from what it looks like in January. Very different what it looks like in a year's time. And that's a mindset. And the last thing that I would say is we have a basic principle that the best way to learn how to make games is by making games. Yeah. So just, to Dimple's point, like game jams, you just have to be in that space where you're making games enough to understand how game making works, which is really what our training program is really built around, is getting people to make and to learn by doing.
Yeah, and just like very quickly in terms of that learn through doing, is that games also changes on a dime. Development changes very quickly. So it is absolutely vital to be able to roll with the punches, to be able to change direction when needed, to be able to take something you've worked on for a while and throw it out. While I was doing production, I would always joke, it's great to have a production plan, you put it together, it's gorgeous, and you're going to throw it out. You're going to throw it out, or you have to just know in your production plan that things are going to be 2 to 3 to 6 months longer than what you've written down, and account for that, because that's just kind of how it goes. And so having that ability to iterate quickly, to change quickly, to be spontaneous is vital and helps break out of a lot of those patterns very quickly. And also telling artists that no, you're not going to have someone who's going to draw your rocks. You're going to draw your own rocks. Like it helps also that quick change.
Okay, thanks. That's actually, you've basically answered one of the questions I was going to ask you guys. That's fine. Let's move on to the next one.
I was challenged to produce a game, right? With a bunch of friends from a short story that I wrote. And I wanted to know, for the people who are hungry for content, as you mentioned, where would be a good place to start filing applications?
Submitting games to someone?
The game and the short story.
So I think, this is, again, a mindset thing that I think we see a lot. Like, we do get approached and people are like, I have an idea for a game. Games are so complex to make that not many of us want to make other people's ideas unless it's like a big IP. Like, we are not devoid of ideas, right? So if we are going to make a game, usually we want to make our own idea, because the idea and the structure of it, unless it has underlying, success beforehand, isn't worth anything in of itself. Like in games particularly, I would probably only say the top 5% of studios, that's where ideas matter. Like if you steal an idea between like Blizzard and Epic, that is a big deal. But for 95% of game developers, it's all about execution. The idea doesn't really matter as much as that. So in terms of like pitching and submitting, I don't think there'll be many studios, definitely in South Africa and throughout the continent, who actually would take pitches because they need content in that way. Because it's so difficult to take an idea and then turn it into a game in terms of systems. There's a lot of stuff that it's not necessarily worth it for game developers to receive pitches in that way.
So I just want to I want to understand your question maybe a bit more. So when you say you want to kind of submit applications, what are you looking for? Are you looking for funding? Are you looking for a game development studio to help you build out this idea? Can you just kind of explain a little bit more what exactly you're looking for?
More like the funding, because we do have the infrastructure to produce the game. It's just a matter of like putting it together properly and funding.
I misunderstood then, sorry.
Okay, no worries. I mean, still a useful answer. So, Dimple, I'm going to throw that to you, and then I'm going to then chip on depending on what you say.
Sure. So I think it also depends on where you are in development. If you have a demo of your game, if you have a pitch document that has a plan laid out, you should give me a call. But I think it's looking at publishers online. It's also getting more involved within the industry. It's submitting demos to events that are happening around the world. Even if you can't be at the event, just having your game shown. It's really about getting your demo out to as many people as possible to see it, to play it, so that you can get feedback, so that you can start having conversations. I will also be upfront, and it depends on if you're doing PC console versus mobile, but things are in a very risk-averse is a nice way to put it. Very risk-averse.
Let's stay optimistic, optimistic.
I'm very optimistic. It's fine. Things are fine. Look, the industry at the moment is very risk-averse. They are looking for certainty in terms of what will and won't be greenlit. But there is still a lot of opportunity to get games made, even if you're not getting traditional funding through a publisher, even if you're going potentially by looking at, hey, this is a great short story, can this be turned into a film? This is a great short story, is it going to be published? If it's published, could we use some of the money from publishing it to develop the game? It's also just about being very loose and flexible in terms of how you want to get the game made, as well as what your range in terms of budgets is. If I could ask, roughly how much are you looking for to make the game? Is it PC? Is it mobile?
Yeah, can I jump in there before we go into that, if you don't mind? Right, listen, just make the game, right? you have a bunch of friends. Yeah. You guys have a great idea. Just make it, right? The beautiful thing about game development is that it has a really low end, right? To be honest, I would tell anybody you need zero money to make a game, right? What you really do need is just the brains and the hands to be able to build it. If you guys have computers, even with one computer, you can make a demo. So first of all is build it. Build a prototype, right? Get it into the hands of people. Get people playing it. Get people telling you, oh, this is great, but you can also do this. The moment you have people saying, oh, and it can do this, you've got yourself a hit, right? And if you have people asking you, when is the next one coming out? We had so much fun. And there's something different. And you have a community of people who care about your game, that's when the money comes, right?
Yeah.
Unless you are a successful publisher like Ben, right? You can go do a pitch deck and people give you money, right? If you're not, then you really want to have a community of people that care about your game, and you can say, hey, we have this game and we have this many people playing it already. And people say, oh, right? Because guess what? And this is not the kind of like downside, but nobody cares about your game, right? That's the reality. What people care about is that other people care about your game, right? Because you can have the best idea, but how am I to know, right? But if you have people who care about it, who enjoy it, who love it, that's why you have waitlisted, right? Then I know. That's why you have data. When I say, oh, like we have 70 or 50% day one retention on our game. Oh, wow, that game must be good. But just looking at it, right? There are 10 million other ideas.
It's another brick in the wall.
And to quickly add on to that, sorry. I think if you have the opportunity and you have the ability to make a game that is enjoyable, that is fun, and you can publish it on your own without signing a deal for additional money, do so. As soon as you can say, I have gone from start to finish, I've completed making a game, it is on the store, like 1,000 people, or even like 250 people bought it, it makes it a lot easier to then unlock funding for your next idea. Nobody expects that the first game you make is going to be your best one, or maybe even going to be a good one, but we know that if you can get to the end, that means there's iteration, there's growth, there's opportunity, there's understanding and experience that comes with it, and it makes it significantly easier to move through the process to access funding.
All right, I've noted.
Yeah, I mean, so I mean, and come find us after this, because that's actually a very deep question. It's going to depend on a lot of different things. What are you building for? What is your budget size? Do you have previous experience? All these other things. I think kind of the general answer, though, it's what you should be building out a prototype, because how do you even know it's a good game?
Yeah.
Right? That's kind of your step one, is to go and
I've got like a MVP that I put out on on the internet, right?
Yeah. So that's kind of a good start, right? So if you put it up on itch or something else, and then you measure your traction. Okay, are people engaging? Do they want more? It's exactly what Hugo said, right?
Yeah,
that's something.
Hugo had a good point.
Because as soon as you're asking for somebody else's money, and I can speak to this now wearing kind of my investor hat, like I fund projects. One of the things that I'm going to want to know is that, well, if I'm giving you money, how do I know I'm going to get my money back? And why should I give you money instead of this other person who's offering me a 5, 10, 15 times return, right? And so it's very difficult to get somebody else's money from a non-government entity to fund games without kind of having proof that there's going to be a way that they're going to get a return.
Right.
And so you have to do that yourself. You have to build that use case. And increasingly, that is coming to, and it's exactly what Hugo said, do you have a community and an audience? I will say, if you're kind of starting out on this journey, it's not about your first game, it's about your third game.
Yeah.
And that's what you should be building now. It's like, how does this game let me get to my third, my fourth, my fifth game? And that's kind of the mindset that you have to have.
Okay.
But that's a whole other conversation. Okay, I believe we are done for time. I can maybe field one more questions. Panelists, don't interrupt. We have one. Keep your answers succinct. Hugo, Dimpo, I'm looking at you.
I'm not even there. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, yes, we do. We have... No, but I know you. If you want to see these lovely people again, you can come to Africa Games Week in December. We will be hosting another spicy panel. Yes, okay, cool. Question one, and then I see another question over there. So we've got two more.
Great. I have multiple questions here with me. So how are the rural people getting exposed to such opportunities? And then, like, is there any school that is specific offering such a training in South Africa? And also, are there any barriers of entry towards these opportunities? We have mentioned that you invest into an idea of a person when you see that is worth it. What are you specifically looking for in order for you to invest where there's a potential of return into your investment? And also, what are the financial implications and opportunities to the program? Thank you.
Oof, there's a lot there. Okay,
Yeah.
So in terms of kind of education and exposure, there are a number of schools and colleges and other incubators and accelerators in South Africa. Hugo is running something in Nigeria. There's lots happening in kind of the other continents. So there's skills development is happening. I mean, Simulhong has their own thing. IT Think has got stuff going on. So there's that kind of level of stuff happening. In terms of, I suppose part of that question was directed me directly in terms of my investment portfolio and how I go about doing that. So we kind of receive pitches. Because remember, I take stuff from across the world. I don't look just in Africa. I look everywhere. And there are so many people and so many teams and so many games being made. I kind of rely on people to send stuff to me, and it kind of floats up, and if something catches my interest. But I will also tell you that it's about 0.5% of the projects that we receive get to funding. So that's just how many things we get and how little we actually end up doing it. So it really requires a really good, solid pitch. If there isn't, and again, it depends on kind of the studio. I can kind of explain a bit more that, like I said, I am conscious of time, but come find me afterwards and I can chat about that to you more. I do want to move on to kind of our next kind of question. So if we can move there.
2 seconds, just a quick one on this question. I will also say, and this is going to be the not optimistic answer, is that there is a contraction happening in the industry, so there isn't as much of a push to exposing people within rural spaces towards the gaming industry as it is at the moment, because you're not necessarily guaranteed to earn as much whether you do engineering or animation as you would in other industries, as well as it's, it could disappear tomorrow. Like, there have been times where whole publishers have existed and then been gone the next day. So there is also just being cognizant of how difficult it can be and how much of it is also building your own studio, building up your games. I'm sorry, reality is just like what must happen, guys. So I just wanted to quickly throw that in there and say, like, there is still opportunity, but a lot of it is also going to be self-created and finding ways to, remain within the industry and grow that aren't going to necessarily be tied to opportunities such as like working specifically at places or doing the dream job. And it's going to be okay eventually, probably.
It's going to be fine. It's getting better. Survive till 25, right? That's the motto.
Survive till 25.
Sure.
Right.
Cool. So I'm a writer. So when you mentioned Mohale, I was like, I've got my person there. So like getting into the industry, it feels like a galaxy. So how does one get in as a writer?
So I've got a very specific answer for that.
Oh, okay.
But you can go speak first, but then I have an opportunity for you. Because there's an initiative focusing on writers specifically that I can talk about.
You're talking about Ravel. I was going to say that. Yeah.
Okay, Ravel.
Yeah.
I was going to pitch my event, actually. Sorry. We are running an event called Joburg Games Fest, where this man, John Keevy, who's a writer, theatre director, will be running a workshop there for non-games writers to get into games writing. So definitely come to that. It is a difficult transition for a lot of reasons. I think Nyamocorp might be one of the few studios on the entire continent, really, that does like proper narrative-based stuff, just because it's very expensive and very difficult. I think the answer is always just start making stuff. It's a very different way of storytelling that takes a little bit of getting used to. Mohale is like an amazing storyteller and writer across every goddamn medium ever, but games is just another battle she had to figure out. So yeah, I would recommend learning some of the tools that actually empower you to start making games yourself very simply. There are a lot of tools like Ink, Twine, so on and so forth, that you as a writer can make a game essentially by yourself, like a hypertext fiction game. And that's going to be your way in, starting to understand how to do narrative in games, showing that you can make stuff on your own. And then it's just about getting a bit lucky, probably looking at online remote jobs for narrative in games, because there just isn't a lot of it in South Africa, unfortunately.
Yeah. So
what? To add to that,
Yep.
Sorry. Playing a lot of narrative-driven games in as many different forms as you can. So like your dating simulators, even shoot-em-ups like Fallout New Vegas. I can't do a panel without mentioning that game. You know, just like playing a lot of games that involve narrative, that involve a lot of choices, so that you can really start to see and imagine how do the words become part of the story? How do they interact with the gameplay? How do I ensure that it's engaging in a way, in that way? Because it is like very different to film and to other more traditional ways of writing, but it's very rewarding.
So,
can I, Nick, before you go,
guys, what did I say?
yeah,
Go.
can I say to the young lady, please reach out to me on LinkedIn. We might have an opportunity for you. So please connect with me. Nick can connect us. So speak to Nick or Ben. Either of them can connect you with me.
Fine, you can come to me. I'll connect with Hugo. What I will say is generally the most important thing in getting into the games industry is your portfolio, right? And so you should be building on your portfolio. The opportunity that exists for writers specifically is that in South Africa we have something called Ravel, which is run basically on a quarterly basis. And it's game jams, so it's an event, it's a game jam specifically targeting writers and enabling them, teaching them the tools and how to make narrative games. And that's the thing, is once you've got this portfolio of games, then you can start, one, you might be discovered, right? There's kind of, that's often how these things work. But you can then start going out and pitching for people, and pitching to studios to say, I do narrative design, I create narratives for games, here is my portfolio of work. That's your methodology, that's how you get into it. Yeah. Okay, and now that is time, so we need to end. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to my panelists. Thank you to the audience. I hope you have a great rest of the festival.
Thank you so much, everyone. Bye.
Thank you so much, Nick. Imagine if we lived in a world where there's no timing. It will be difficult for us to coordinate our lives because some of us can talk for days, and yeah. So just a quick reminder, behind you there's our expo stands. So please feel free to engage with them, talk to them, and just find out more what they do. Just briefly, we have the VETS Innovation Center, which is from VETS. They are featuring 3 projects, very outstanding projects. Please check out. And we also have the National Film and Video Foundation, NAVF. We have the Gauteng Film Commission, which is GFC. I call them our Patibe Mali, so they are in the building. If you want some production funding, talk to them. And then we also have Electric South, who are also featuring 3 of their amazing projects. And we have Ikoko and Josie, My Josie. So ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, I'm sure you guys are hungry, but please just a round of applause. I just want to feel if you guys are still here. A round of applause, please. Thank you. So the next panel is titled Max Animation, Unlocking New Ideas in the Digital Creativity. This is just one of the passion topics that we have for me, because it speaks about animation, and I'm very passionate about animation. I'm just trying to tell people that animation is not just cartoons anymore, it is cinema. So the next panel will be moderated by Nick Kloot. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. And he will introduce the topic and the speakers, and yeah, man, thank you.
Thanks, Neo. Hi, everyone. So welcome to the wonderful and evolving world of animation. We're going to try and keep this as dynamic and interactive as possible. So anyone among you who have any questions, please raise your hands, and we want you to feel part of the conversation. Ostensibly, you are the reason why we are here. So anyone has any burning questions, don't feel at all that you need to hold back. All right, so I suppose I'm going to ask our wonderful panelists to come and join us. I don't know how many of them are physically here and how many of them are virtual. Well, we have Kai-kun. Won't you kindly introduce yourself as the one live human being made of meat who's sharing the stage with me?
Hi, I'm Kaya. I'm a producer and managing director of a production management company called Those Production Girls, where we provide production management services to animation and live action and VFX on gaming.
Nice and succinct, thank you. And we also have another human being, Leo. Do you prefer Leonardo, Leo?
Leo's just good.
Great. Why don't you give us a brief description?
Well, Leo, I'm currently managing director at an advertising agency, Network BBDO, but for 25 odd years I was in TV broadcasting, so dealt with animation in that space and dealing with animation in a very different space now in advertising.
It's actually good that both of you are here because we kind of represent a broad swathe of the industry, because we have film and television on your side, and we have advertising, and you're our meat and butter. A lot of us survive purely on the kind of work that you guys do, so that's the kind of thing most of the trade is doing most of the time anyway. So yeah, do we have any of our other panelists online? Neo, you tell me. If not, I'm going to continue with the panelists as we have. Thank you. All right, so I'll wait until I hear the voice of God behind me or through the audio system, if any of them do show up. But in the meantime, I think it might be a good place for us to begin in production. So for the advertising space, do you work primarily with live action or animation?
It's mostly animation.
Mostly animation?
Mostly animation.
Gotcha. Okay. This is good, because then you both have that frame of reference. Because the one question I had for Kaya was that having transitions from live action to post-production to animation, what's been your experience of the differences between these mediums? Any approaches you have learned from one which you would apply to the other?
Well, I mean, the first thing is animation takes long. It costs a lot of money. And so that was the first shock. Like, I thought I understood rendering for commercials and rendering for live action, and then I had to learn rendering for animation, and that was this whole other beast. But I think that, especially in the role of production and the role of production management, the skills are quite transferable, not just across live action, animation, advertising, VFX, but actually across industries. You know, we're dealing with humans, we're dealing with logic, we're dealing with planning and spreadsheets and kind of managing a team, managing a process. And I think if you have that sort of producer mindset and personality, I talk about being a producer as a personality type, that unpacking the process and unpacking the steps and, you know, figuring out what needs to be done before the next thing needs to be done and how to work backwards, you know, that's quite transferable across all mediums. But the biggest thing is animation has way more people, way more steps, takes way more time, and costs lots more money.
Okay, so transferable, but there's a time scale there. Leo, has that been your experience?
It has been, and I wanted to share two pieces of video that I have. I'm not sure if we're able to play it, but that's absolutely true. We recently did a project for AB InBev last year for one of their brands, Stella Artois, which is part live action, part animation. And it, of course, you know, merges into one another. And I think just the addition of the animation part, like the client was like, what are you talking about? It's costing so much money and it's going to take so much time. And it does take much longer. So the rendering process is a big issue and affects the time that it takes to get it ready. And of course, just, you know, the cost that it takes to do it It is sometimes quite prohibitive for a lot of clients. Even though the idea calls for it, so sometimes you just dump it because it's just too cost prohibitive.
And how much of the animation segment relative to the entirety of the project in runtime? I suppose that the animation was a smaller portion, but it tended to cost more. Was that your experience with that project?
Yeah. I don't know if the video is now. You can play it. Please play it.
Please, if you would.
And not that one? Okay. Yeah, that one. Yeah. The Stella Artois video. Okay. It's fine.
If you have a restless soul. Good news is, the Rapasol meal from Chicken Licken is the ultimate in soul food and the perfect way to satisfy your hunger. It's an idea that we brought to life in the action-packed story of a young kung fu student's epic quest to find the inner peace needed to defeat his master, and his final realization that it can only be found in one thing.
Okay, that's the correct one. So for a 30-second ad, that animation bit maybe takes about 5 seconds, but that's the bit that's most expensive and made the production of the ad much longer. But the patience of the client works and I think makes it successful.
Oh, yeah.
And that always counts for something. When the client understands, and especially when you're working with production companies that know what they're doing, it always makes a big difference.
Well, that's everything. It's the effect, it's the outcome, it's the memorability, and that's the brand recognition too.
Absolutely.
And lucky us, Tumelo, welcome.
Yes,
Glad
hi.
you could join us. Why don't you give us a brief introduction of yourself as well?
Sure, so my name is Dumelo Matabola. I'm a 2D, 3D generalist at Chocolate Tribe. And essentially, I've been looking at how animation can be used as a form of activism and sort of digging deeper into like the sort of outlets that animation can be used for in that regard. And yeah, I'm still quite new into the industry, and yeah, I'm pretty glad to be here today.
Nice. While we have these new additions, I wanted to check if Sarah or Ada, are you with us? It feels like I'm a psychic medium. This is a seance session, everyone.
I am. Can you hear me?
Who is that?
Can anyone hear me?
I can. Everyone else?
Sarah.
Okay, so I don't have magical powers. Your name?
Am I okay, Sarah, Malia?
Are you Sarah? Okay, Sarah, why don't you introduce yourself and give us the background?
Fantastic, fantastic. So, I'm Sarah Malia, and I am the creative producer of Pungulupa Productions. So
We are experiencing technical difficulties.
An Nairobi-based studio, and we edge a natural heritage of that.
Okay, well, you kind of broke up for most of that, so maybe just do what you can to kind of finesse the connection there a bit. But I think we'll continue as a segue from where you left off, Tumelo, about your activism. What is it that you think is valuable about animation? I think that on your LinkedIn profile, you made mention of how it can bring people together. So what did you mean by that? How do you think that works?
So I just found myself as an artist who's been sort of like dabbling with animation and creative outlets for a very long time. I've always found that the focus tends to be on like making things that are entertaining and look good, and which is all great and well. I think film and animation is a great sort of platform to just inspire people, uplift people. But then they got to a point where I started to wonder, like, how much further can that impact go? Like, what societal change would it have the power to bring about? And I find, when it comes to things like politics and social issues, it can get really heavy, and it's hard to sort of like engage people or even open up certain conversations. And I just figured that us in this space, in the creative space, we have such a sort of like interesting privilege and medium that is easy for people to connect with, and we can sort of like use it as a way to simplify very complex topics in ways that people can understand and sort of relate to. Like the minute we see something on screen and it's in full color and like there's effects and magic onto it, it sort of like breaks down people's defenses a little bit more, and like people are easier to reach. And it's also amazing because then we can also like access a wide range of age groups, right? So we can sort of like appeal to, I think, a broader variety of people through animation, because the possibilities are kind of endless. We can make whatever we want and visualize that, and I think concepts just sink in a little bit easier when they're sort of like packaged in a story format.
I can add on to something around that. Like, I absolutely agree. We often talk about it's easy to deal with quite difficult subject matter when it's in animation, especially for a younger audience, because it's that one step removed. So when younger audiences see something happen in live action on TV, it can be very traumatic for them to see it happen to an actual live human. But animation, there's a very fancy academic word for it that I cannot remember, but it's basically like that one step of removal between you and the character, and so you can actually deal with really complex topics.
Yeah.
But and I love that, because I mean, we do that and have been very focused on that as our business. But what has also been very interesting to me is sort of animation as a tool for activism and a unit for change is animation employs a lot of people, and you work together for a very long time. And in that, we can start looking at transforming the industry in terms of work practices, in terms of the sort of psychosocial responsibility that corporations have. And that's why I kind of focus my energy around how we train our production teams, because I think that starts with leadership. And so if you can create and cultivate producers that have kind of healthy work environments at the forefront, we end up impacting a lot of people. And we work in our teams, you've got a team on a long live, animation, long form. It's 200 people at least working together for at least a year. And in that, life happens, right? And in a country like with South Africa, where we have social issues, hectic life happens. And we have to see our role as corporations on how do we support that. We're obviously not an NGO, we're obviously not a trauma counsellor, but there is a certain level of corporate responsibility that we have, and because animation, such big teams, so long, it's a really amazing space to do it in a creative industry as well.
Yeah, I think just to go back to the point you were making, it's such an important thing. As a person that used to run television channels in my past life, the kiddies section, so YoTV, KTV, that kind of thing. I think animation is a great way to educate children around really sensitive topics. It is such an important thing, and we saw at the SABC when I was running SABC 1, 2, and 3 how animation was such a powerful tool to do those kind of things, and how that goes on to schools. Schools use a lot of that content to try and address very difficult issues. As an adult and as a parent, I find, you look at a movie like Avatar. Avatar, on the face of it, is a beautifully done movie, but the themes and the sub-themes of that movie are deeply powerful. But you only understand those things, and you're able to communicate it in a way that doesn't threaten people. Because when you start talking about issues of conservation and spirituality, and people start. But through a movie like Avatar, you're dealing with a lot of those issues in a way that it makes it palatable. But also as a parent, you're able to now, after the movie, sit down with your kid and have conversations based on that thing in a way that's non-threatening, and it's not too intellectual. And so truly, truly powerful. Like for me, like a movie like Avatar, and there are many other animation movies, and most animation movies are actually how they're written. carry really deep themes that I think a lot of parents also maybe miss the opportunity to engage their kids using those movies to deal with issues that are really, really important.
Yeah.
And Sarah, what do you think? Are you still with us?
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Good. Sorry about that. I'm in a slightly rural location, so my internet may be a little bit spotty. So I'm going to keep my video off, but I think you all got a glimpse of me.
Yes.
Hi. So I'm Sarah. I'm the creative producer of a Nairobi-based animation studio called Punglupa Productions. We create kids' content and we celebrate African stories and our cultural and natural heritage. So we're currently producing a 2D animated series called Uli and Tata's African Nursery Rhymes. And the whole reason behind this show is to basically archive our children's songs, right? When I became a parent 6 years ago, I went on YouTube and I tried to look for nursery rhymes from Kenya or East Africa, because I didn't want my kid listening to Baby Shark. Sorry, producers of Baby Shark. And yeah, I couldn't find anything, or the stuff that I found was kind of, like low quality. And we can come from more of a comic book, graphic novel space, and we used to make animations for international organizations. And I just turned to my husband and co-founder, Chief, and I'm like, we can do this, we can find these songs from communities and turn them into like short animated content for kids, right? So in this way, we are using the medium and the format of animation and basically archiving our heritage. And yeah, animation is a seed, right, that can change into so many different forms of like formats and mediums. So yeah, it's just such a versatile tool to educate, to archive, to share. It's pretty amazing.
I agree. Tamelo, you look like you had something to say.
Yeah, and as with Sarah and Kaya's mentioned now, something that I think is so important as well is who these stories are coming from.
Yeah.
Because we have the power to tell stories, and parents and kids alike are able to then take that and consume it. But whether or not it lands, sometimes I think it goes back to the source of the content. So like in pre-production, like who's telling the story, what are the sources, and who is it representing? Are we seeing ourselves on screen? Are we seeing our issues? So I think that's also something that's really important, and I think studios and production houses ought to like consider that, like who is on the team and who understands sort of like the subject that they're trying to portray. Because that can honestly make or break the sort of like follow through or impact that the animation has. And I think us as South Africans, like we're in a very diverse country, we can quite quickly pick up when something doesn't feel authentic or it doesn't really land. And that's across the board, really. So I think that's a very good point that you guys bring up, that you see there is a gap that, okay, my child is consuming Baby Shark nursery rhymes, but what does that really say to like the world we live in and growing up as a child where we stay? So being able to sort of like, as Sarah and even myself, like taking up sort of like that stand and being like, okay, let me interpret it, like I can do this. So, and I think that's why I really enjoyed being a part of the Queer Catalyst workshop, because that was like us directly working with Gala, which is a queer archive. They basically archive queer South African history, and being able to work with them and get source materials, those are like direct source materials of stories and experiences of queer people in the country and across the continent. And myself being able to then interpret that and sort of like bring it through my lens as like a South African, I think those are the kinds of steps that really help breed a more progressive, like uphill kind of trajectory for creating change.
Yeah, I'm also curious on that point about what it means to create change. So Kaya, on SEAL Team and Mama K's Team 4, you reached a lot of international platforms like Netflix and Disney+. Was it a challenge to balance local cultural identity while still aiming for a global audience in your animation projects? How do you think you achieved it with both projects?
Intense question.
Yeah, again, it's just a segue from that. Yeah.
I think it's curious that you didn't ask about Fak'ugesi Moto, considering
that too. Yeah.
I think that really, if we look at an example of SEAL Team, I'm not going to speak too much to Mama K, as I was really involved very briefly in Mama K. But
cool.
If we look at SEAL Team, it was very much a global theme, and that was during the phase when that was very popular. We wanted to create stuff locally, but for a global market. And it was truly South African in that, sharks and seals both live in Cape Town. And that's one of the very few places in the world where you have waters which sharks and seals exist in. But past that, it was very much a universal theme. It wasn't trying to be hyperlocal. It wasn't trying to be more than a children's action comedy. That's what it was. And I think that's what we set it out to be. That's what we intended, and family, friend, fun. Whereas when we look at something like Fak'ugesi, that was a project where we really not only had the idea of, giving people an opportunity to see themselves on screen, but also to ensure that the teams behind that were representative of that culture. It's difficult, but another huge part, Disney's mandate, our mandate, a huge part of Fak'ugesi Moto is those were all first-time African directors. They'd never directed animation before, and our mandate was to empower them. And so that behind the scenes was always very, we were always holding those directors in that way. And we had to balance a lot of cultural authenticity and making sure that, if the people from the culture had to be in the room, right? You can't just, can't have them not in the room. It's not a textbook exercise. It's, they have to be in the room, they have to be decision makers. We're very conscious about that when we were making Fak'ugesi. And then once we've gotten that behind the scenes stuff down in a way, then it just also becomes fun. African content doesn't always need to be this like dark, active, deep, hectic. It can be entertainment, and even just as much as the importance of representation of little girls from Kenya seeing themselves represented in a movie like Enkai, or kids from Soweto seeing themselves and seeing their city in Mkuzi, and those directors, they're from Soweto, they're from Mkuzi, it's their culture that they are showing these things, but the themes are universal, and we see that also now, right, with something like the success of Squid Games. That was made in Korea for Koreans, didn't bother to dub it for English, right? Like it was a huge success. And what we're hearing more and more is people don't want content, broadcasters, streamers, don't want this content that's sort of global or like, trying to be like the cross-Africa reach. They actually want hyper-local content. They don't even just want, and you mentioned South Africa, so, what is a South African film? But we want something from Gussie, we want something from, Soweto, from Melville, from specific, that's how hyper-local we're starting to go, and that's where the desire comes. Yeah. But even in those hyper-local, we're all humans, right? That's the main point. We're all humans. There's human themes. We all have family dynamics. We all have security issues, insecurities. We all have egos. We all have universal themes that gets tackled within a hyperlocal context.
Yeah, I think just as a storyteller, and having been a storyteller, working in that space at least all my working life, that is exactly the thing. Sometimes we get so focused on the carriers and the technology, and we forget that actually the technology is just, the technology is the technology, whether it's animation, whatever it is, music. But when you tell stories, we're human. And there are certain things that, not certain things, but I think everything is common to all of us. And I think the more authentic you are in terms of who you are and the story that you're telling, wherever you're from, it'll resonate with anybody. It doesn't matter how it's carried, whether it's through animation or a song. And we've had lots of examples. Mbube is an example, just a piece of music. A guy sitting in KZN writes that song, and it resonates around the world. You know, when you tell stories in the most authentic way, in your own voice, you know, it resonates completely. And I think in animation, the thing that makes a lot of animation projects, at least the ones that are successful, is they tell stories that are truly, truly universal. They're true to that environment, to that person, but they're truly universal. And I think storytelling is such an important thing. So getting the people behind, to your point, getting the people behind behind the scenes, getting the right people telling the right stories in the most authentic way, you know, makes a lot of these projects successful. At least those that become successful.
And part and parcel of that authenticity, in your case especially, working predominantly in advertising, it's intended for a localized market.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it resonates more because it's so localized.
Yeah.
I might be mistaken, but did I see Ada there in the background? I caught a glimpse of you in my peripheral. Are you there?
Really, it's like a sound.
Maybe not.
Ada, you're muted. Maybe you can unmute yourself and speak.
I was muted, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm now in image and in sound. Sorry.
Are you with us? Hi. Well, we didn't get a chance to even meet you. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi. So I am Aida del Solar. I am. My screen is coming from Paris, and I work for Goblins as a tutor in storytelling, in visual storytelling, and also I am for the master. And I also work for the summer school in Goblins, and I'm art and creative director in a Master of Games and Interactive Medias in a public university, which is CNAM in Angoulême. So it's a very, very good, fantastic students. I am born Peruvian, so I am coming from the South Hemisphere also, on the other side of the sea. And well, for me it's very important to work in content and images, and this is why I'm here also, to help you and to listen to this very, very interesting conversation.
Terrific. Well, I'm glad you could join us in the conversation, and that we've had some very promising cross-cultural exchanges between France and South Africa, so nice for you to be.
Can I very rudely...
Nick, can I say something about... Sorry. I hope I'm not cutting you off, Aida.
No. It's okay. It's okay. I was listening, and I was just listening about this. I arrived late because there was a technical problem, I think. But the only thing I can say, maybe I'm falling in the middle of a discussion, but here in France we have also this. Queer conversations and debates, and I have many, many students coming and having this question, how it can become important. I have only one answer, it's my answer, I'm sorry, it's up to me. Long time ago it was Adam and Eve, and they have to be, have kids and be more than 2 humans on Earth, let's say, the legend says that. Today I was counting the zeros, we are 8.2 billion people. So the law of saying a man and woman having kids is over. We are too much on Earth. So let's open it as it could be at the beginning. But at the beginning, the law was have kids. So it's man and woman, no more. Today this is not actuality today.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you that Putin's going to try and make it so that that's outlawed. All that ideology is true. How about you, Kai? What do you think?
Just to quickly go back to the balancing hyperlocal content versus international content. I worked with her still a lot. Fabulous director, Sapo Moche. I really loved her. Once in a feedback session with an international client, and she said, they sort of said, we don't really get this beat. And it was like it was a joke or it was a beat or something. And she said, yeah, it's not for you. And I loved that ability to go, look, when we're working with hyperlocal, sometimes those jokes, they're not going to land with an American audience. They're not going to land with the European audience. And it's fine. It's not for you. That joke was not there for you. You can move past it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we've also all experienced that in watching something like Squid Games, where you're like,
you don't get
really did not get that beat. Like, it's way too far removed from what I know, but that's cool. It wasn't for me.
Yeah.
It wasn't for me, and I move on. And there's that fear that these like Western audience won't be willing to move on. Like, oh, I didn't get that joke, but I'm still invested in the story. And I think we need to just be pushing back on that of like, it's fine. They don't need to get every single joke.
And like sometimes even if you don't get the joke or you don't get the beat, I think that's part of the problem solving, right? Like when we're thinking about like max animation, right? I also think about how sort of like our pipelines and our systems of like writing, even producing and animating, they've kind of been established and we're always adding on to them. But I think sometimes it's useful just to shake things up and like put it upside down and like create a new workflow, right? So just as we don't want to sort of like replicate global narratives and global sort of like stories that are just mainstream and we want to bring it into local, I think the beauty in that as well is that we will problem solve issues in our own way, and that sort of like inspires across borders, like for them to sort of like reference like, oh, why did they do that? How did they like go about working at this? And I found a very like interesting example which like really stuck with me was Nick, when you were giving your presentation on Twende, you mentioned how you were referencing some of the Japanese animes, like their iconographies with their characters, and sort of like interpreting that and kind of like problem solving it to fit a more like Kenyan, African sort of like aesthetic and reinventing that. It wasn't like a direct replication, but when you sort of like see how you took that as an inspiration and then, reworked it, I think those are the kinds of like sort of things that can emerge when we reference and sort of like be who we are, true to ourselves, and the beats that don't land, the methods that don't land, those could sort of become new platforms for international studios and creatives to sort of like reference and be like, oh, okay, so this is sort of like how we could resolve this design issue or this plot issue as well. I think it's about time that we don't sort of like approach things in such a linear fashion when it comes to producing art. And sometimes, yes, like it's for a specific audience and it's not gonna like land with everyone. But I think when you engage with challenging like media that you don't quite understand, like from a sort of narrative or design and like look dev point of view, it's kind of interesting to lean into that and see like what's sort of like broken or not broken about it, and how can you sort of pick up the pieces and keep it moving from there. It's quite important to be able to still take elements from a body of work, even if they may not be familiar,
Yeah, I'm curious.
Me, sorry.
Is that Sarah or Ada?
That's Sarah.
That's Sarah. Okay, go for it, Sarah.
Awesome. Sorry, just chiming in on this conversation around like research and authenticity. One of the biggest, I wouldn't say challenge, but one of the biggest conflicts we've had while producing Uli and Tata is the songs, right? The kids are from Nairobi, and the animation has a storyline, and they speak mostly in English, because a lot of middle-class kids in Nairobi do speak English and Sheng, which is a mix of Kiswahili and English. But then they go to these rural areas and they interact with these songs, right, that are in their original languages. And yeah, a lot of feedback that we've gotten from broadcasters so far is that maybe it's a little bit too local and that we'll need to translate the songs into English and French. And a lot of these songs are, indigenous people singing to a tree or an ode to a mountain. Yeah, and I think for us, because we don't have a lot of data, because we don't know how an international audience is going to respond to this, and because I am personally making it for my kids, right? Because I want them to have exposure to their country, to their continent, to their songs. I think we also need to test and possibly prove people wrong. Because, hey, there's a huge diaspora, and there's a lot of people around the world who are interested, and everybody listens to Burna Boy, and it's not in English. So, yeah, I think sometimes we have to be almost a little bit stubborn and just test and try out new things.
I agree. I mean, it was our experience working on Twende that some of the guys, the internationals, found it very difficult to detect, especially certain dialects or certain accents. They couldn't quite hear what the character was saying, despite the fact that it was crystal clear to us, because we're very familiar with the language. So, did you find that it was purely language, or was there any other aspects of your kid-focused content that you think would be difficult for an international audience to appreciate, or they may not get?
The kids come from I think they come from a very typical estate or suburb in Nairobi. So I think people would respond to that. When it comes to language, honestly, I don't know. I think a Kenyan accent, a Nairobi Kenyan accent is pretty clear.
Yep.
But no, mostly the comments were on the actual songs. And I have a mission to kind of prove people wrong in a way and say hey, I think kids, there's a kids show on YouTube called Comtinda Afrique. It's more targeted towards Francophone Africa, and the songs are a mix of languages from West and Central Africa and French. And some of the highest viewerships are the songs that are in Lingala, for example, you know. I think we make we co-produce different shows, right? There's Boy Boy, and I know Jogu's in the audience, and he pitched it yesterday. You know, that is maybe more for an international audience, because it's a kid who lives in an estate, who experiences everyday life, and the majority of kids in Nairobi experience similar things to kids abroad, with some nuances, of course. So yeah, I guess different content may be targeted to different audiences. But I also think I think it is important to be authentic, and I think that people notice, you know, when you are being authentic. I feel like people know, and maybe kids know as well, but parents definitely do.
Well, it's definitely the case when you are trying to do content about which you are not familiar, and it reflects in the material. What do you think, Leo?
You know, I don't know. In terms of authenticity, I've said quite a bit. I think I'm a big proponent of storytelling and from an honest, true voice. So perhaps maybe I won't elaborate too much on that anymore, unless the conversation moves forward in that sense. But I just, for me, and maybe just generally, for me, the power of animation and how I've seen it, and I'll speak specifically now from an advertising point of view. Even though it's cost prohibitive, when we've done it, and there was a Chicken Licken ad that I wanted to show a couple of years ago in 2015. In selling, we came up with a proposition for Chicken Licken, one of the menu items, Rock My Soul. And we came up with a way to sell it, and there's a whole martial arts thing. And then we said to ourselves, how do we move it forward? How do we sell it on beyond the comms that we'd come up with? And how do we get it into the youth popular culture space? And we came up, at least for us as an agency, but I think perhaps in the advertising industry at the time, the first time that an ad agency had gone into that space with that much success, we then came up with a game. A mobile game that obviously borrowed from that storyline from the TVC. And that became, and it won at Lurie's a Grand Prix and other international award places. But I think for me, what that said is, and this is the beauty of animation, it allows you, and we spoke about that earlier, it just, there's something about it that allows the communication that you're putting across to land a lot better and to connect with people in a much non-threatening way, and making it a lot more easy for people to connect with the story, which is such a powerful thing about animation. And I think, and notwithstanding the issues of cost and time, that makes that such a powerful medium for people to communicate across cultures, across borders, in the way that's most significant and impactful.
Something that, just to also add on that with animation a while ago, I actually asked, she's an international, sorry. I'm like,
sorry, that's the chicken licking egg.
No, so she's like, she does animated feature films, right? That's her life.
Yeah.
And I was like, why are we doing this? Just out of curiosity, like, why do we ever make anything animated from a business perspective?
Yeah.
Because it costs so much money and it takes so long. At some point on SEAL Team, I was like, I think it might have been easier to train SEALs to talk than to make this movie. But she then said something really interesting to me, just from a business perspective, which is that animation has a longer lifespan.
Yeah.
So in terms of when you're making something like a feature film or a series in particular, they tend to continue to gross profits for way longer than something that's live action. And I think that that's a very interesting business case for animation as a, why do we do this if it takes so long and it costs so much money? Aside from the fact that you can create these amazing worlds and deal with content, but from a business perspective, it actually has a longer lifespan. It doesn't date as quickly as live action. I mean, how many of our kids still watching Finding Nemo, right?
Absolutely.
Shrek, like, we were watching stuff that was made in the 80s, you know?
And to speak to that, there's an interesting research stat around, we all know that the animation industry sits at around $400 billion as a global industry. And just that aspect that you're talking about in terms of its longevity and shelf life, on average, a animation movie versus a live action movie, from a profit point of view, makes 30% more money than any successful live action movie. So you look at whether it's Finding Nemo, Lion King, and those movies. Yes, they take long to make. They might be more expensive to make, but they make 30%, and that's just minimum, right?
Yeah.
They make a lot more money long term than an average live action movie.
With animation,
Absolutely.
you can sort of like expand it upon, merchandising, source
later.
learning materials, and whereas with live action, you might kind of be limited to your cast, and then doing anything further is just.
I got you.
Yeah.
I see.
But,
No, but when you're done, Ada
sure.
is next.
And another thing as well, I think it's important to think about like the oversaturation of like media that already exists and it sort of like feels recycled. Because I do get like, it's sort of safer to appeal to a global audience because you know that this is the formula and it works. And a lot of the time when creating original content, it can be really hard. But like you said, it's definitely worth it because although it might, take a minute to build up or just to sort of get off the ground, once it is established, it can sort of like snowball into something a lot bigger. And I think part of that snowballing is in how we open up the space for the audience or the consumer to sort of like engage back with the content. Because it's one thing like us as the creatives and the producers all sort of like behind the scenes making the work and then getting feedback. But I think it's also important, like whether it is making a game or having some kind of forum where the audience can sort of like participate more with the content that we're creating. I think that would be a very interesting thing to see, like more internships, more workshops where we aren't just like telling the story about like the kids in Soweto, but like perhaps somehow have them like have a hand in the work and sort of like grow the industry that way as well. Not only like giving a voice to the people that we want to give voices to or that need it, but sort of like being able to platform them so that they can do it themselves. Like animation is like really, it's becoming more and more accessible. And I think that's amazing. Like we have things like Blender where it's literally free. We can animate 2D or 3D. So I think, that's also another aspect that I think we should like keep more on sort of like the conversation around creating work that's authentic and sort of like uplifts different communities, is sort of like literally also bringing them into the production as well. So yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Ada, you very excitedly want to come in on this point?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi. Well, it's very, very interesting and passionate subject. I had done some researches and even some talks about this. So let's say, I was saying Adam and Eve. Let's jump a little bit more and go to the 19th century to Hans Christian Andersen, who everybody in the world knows how Hans Christian Andersen, 168 fairy tales. All Disney films took it. This is very important because Hans Christian Andersen wrote, we discover letters from him. He was in love with a man who married a woman, of course, so he was like in the closet. And he wrote this 148 or 50, I don't know how many stories they are published, about metamorphosis. So if you see all the little duckling and Little Mermaid and all this is about metamorphosis. He couldn't go out of the closet because it was not the right time. So all these tales are told to our kids since ever. My grandmother knew it, told it to my mother, and then me to the kids. But we don't know that the story is a guy who was in love with another guy, and he wrote letters saying, my feelings about you is the feelings about a woman to you and not a man, the man I am. This is heartbreaking because he couldn't say things, but he gave us so many incredible tales about metamorphosis. Next step, I'm going not to be very long. Who is Little Mermaid in Disney? You know the film, it's a happy ending. The mermaid becomes a princess, and it's just this population American style of the 60s, 70s, etc. Let's go to Japan. In Japan, it's a country, it's an island. It was isolated for many years. It's a country where there are tsunamis and big earthquakes, and they got 2 atomic bombs in the face. Okay, so after the 2 atomic bombs, you know Tezuka stories and everything. You see that metamorphosis is not sexual. Metamorphosis is because of 2 bombs. So they could become open to what metamorphosis can be in storytelling. And they have many, many stories about nature, and they have Miyazaki. And Miyazaki, when he talks about Ponyo, let's take the example of Ponyo. What is Ponyo? Ponyo is a little fish who wants to be a girl. And he's flying away from the father who is impeaching and is running against the stream. But what stream? The stream is a human stream of pollution. You have to see the film again, pollution. And it's not the problem, the end of that world and this apocalypse is not coming from because Ponyo wants to be a girl and is in love, the first human she wanted to be with him. And Ponyo was a her and him, we don't know, but it was a super deep storytelling. Some people, they were against. The nature was, the waves were terrible, but the waves is another problem. The waves is pollution, is tsunamis, is not, they are not against Ponyo. She or he, we don't know, Ponyo has to go and live the love, the first sight love it got. This is, I'm sure Miyazaki read all the 150 tales of Hans Christian Andersen. So, but it has to be concealed or changed, and the thing of pollution and all the nature being broken is not because of Ponyo, it's because of industrial pollution. It's humans. Ponyo has nothing to do. Ponyo is just loving a boy. And
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a very old story now. Kids, they adore it. When I do a talk in Governance, they adore it. It's my most famous talk. Take this in consideration. For many, many years, the tale and the message couldn't be direct. Because, but if you did this about metamorphosis, you have the most hard-headed guys, anti everything, loving Ponyo, and they get the message they want to get. But the real message is about metamorphosis. It's about being or meant to be somebody and want to be somebody else. Why we don't have this right? Is Ponyo destroying the world? No, Ponyo is just loving. So this is the message, and I think when we are thinking about Africa, which I was there many times, but I'm not African, I'm South American, and when I see what happened in Japan with this kind of stories of open mind, saying, okay, we got many catastrophes, 2 atomic bombs, tsunamis, and etc. Why we cannot live with our own will? We are not hurting anybody with that.
Yeah. No, it's true. Animation can absolutely be a reflection of the culture. It can be a meditation of our values, of our humanness, our oneness. Hopefully that could be the emphasis. What do you guys think? If you want to see more animated content out there, I think we got less than 3 minutes, 2 minutes. I'm just guessing here. We're time out?
Time out,
all right.
yeah.
We didn't have any hands raised, so I think we're completely out of time. Do we have time for a hat, or are we out? Okay, we're out. We can take a hand? Okay.
Hi.
The one and only question.
Yeah.
No
well,
pressure.
Make it a good one.
Oh. Okay, it's 2, but
Cool.
I guess related, both having to do with where we're at as an animation industry in South Africa and the market.
Yeah.
So the first one is touching on all the things that were said. I'm really curious in terms of investors, funders, private sector and government, has it become easier, both in commercial, marketing, everything, has it become easier to convince people to kind of invest in and support commercial projects, short, long, or in marketing, or is it still a lot to sort of prove that it's worth your money, and is it kind of difficult with the economy, or are people kind of buying in more and understanding like, okay, animation is something worth investing in? That's the first question. And the second has to do with content, because I remember just a few years ago, I used to think it was literally just Triggerfish and then different marketing companies doing, animation projects here and there, and now starting to see more and more things coming up. But I'm curious where we're at in terms of being ready for the in-between, so not just like children's content, but also things like Big Mouth or Daria type things, or, Tuka and Bertie, like those kinds of things for like teenagers, young adults, like are we as a country, sort of ready for creating and putting out that content? And do you even think we're there yet, even with finances, to kind of like make that crossover?
Okay, I think we got the question.
I'm going to try and answer super quick. So I will say, yes, it has become easier to convince people that Africa can put out amazing animation. But although it's easier, it is no way easy yet, right? We've still got a long way to go and getting in terms of investment. Right now, as if you've been on panels and to festivals this year, you'll have heard a lot. The industry is in a lot of turmoil at the moment. Things are not great at the moment. That is not just an African animation. It's not just an animation. It is globally. It is across the board. Everything is up. Like, things are not great. So it's not just that there isn't money being put into African animation right now. It's that there isn't money being put into anything right now. In terms of content, I think that commercially it's still quite hard to sell adult animation. However, I do think that Africa is incredibly well posed for adult animation to do particularly well. If you look at something like Afro-May, which is rising up, Because if you talk to a lot of African animators who studied animation themselves, their kids who grew up watching anime. And that kind of style of animation and style of storytelling translates beautifully across Africa, actually. So I do think that there's an untapped market, and I'm going to say untapped, so we still do have a long way to convince.
Okay. That's the end of it.
Okay.
Thanks so much for your question and your attention, guys. Appreciate it. We have to catch up from our gaming compadres.
Cool.
Thank you all.
Next week I'll ask for the second intro.
Oh no, thank you so much. I'm happy to be back again next year.
The Expo project, what is it called? The project. Thank you, thank you. If there's one of the many things that we pride ourselves as Fak'ugesi Festival is creating a space like this where we can foster innovation, collaboration, and development of creative projects, right? From AI to animation, from animation to gaming, from gaming to music, from music to XR. So we're just happy that you guys are here to engage in these conversations because we have built this program for you guys. So thank you very much. I think you deserve a round of applause and you will do it for yourself, please. A bit louder. Come on, guys. So as I mentioned that we're also doing AI. So the next panel is titled Until AI Communities Exist, and it's being moderated by our creative director for the Fak'ugesi Festival and Digital Lab Africa. Please put your hands together and help me welcome Eduardo Kashushu.
Thanks, Neo. I'm going to take a seat here. I'm going to do a short intro before we call on our speakers. I mean, you can see also that there's artists aboard when profile photos look like that. I mean, me too. It's dramatic. Lots of people comment on my moustache. We wanted to bring up this discussion to connect AI and communities together because I think one of the big problems around how AI is being framed at the moment is the way it's being pictured as an outside force that we have no action to hold within. And as soon as we started talking to Jonathan and the team about the Shimei project, I was immediately excited because the whole concept of this project is to completely shatter that concept. So they work, and we'll get into this, into like how the details of this work, but they use a kind of open source model. It's Llama as the kind of base, but they've trained this model very specifically on artist and activist archives. And what's interesting about this is then that it means it's not your regular chatbot. It's got a perspective and a vision that is artistic and political. And now that's interesting. I'm really not interested in like a generally trained model. And I've got some keywords here which I'm going to intersect into the panel just now. But I think the problem with general models is that they've been trained on mass amounts of content. And that content, if you understand how the media kind of space works, is pretty banal, it's pretty middle ground. And for me, then what's interesting is a model that's been trained on activists, on artists, who are generally more radical and are thinking about the future, then becomes a really interesting proposition. I do, and I'll bring this up in my wild cards, but I did ask some of the questions of this to ChatGPT, and it was very boring. And I had to continually prod it, and I still had to make a final decision myself because nothing was interesting enough to actually ask. So I'm going to now just introduce each speaker or panelist, because I think also the level of each one of the speakers here is pretty amazing in themselves. So Jonathan O'Hear, who's heading up this project, and is Swiss and Irish. He's an experimental artist. His work is often, but not exclusively, experiential and technological. In 2022, he co-founded the Association des Malefactures, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, an artist collective of 2 plus their guests. And in 2021, he co-founded and directed the Aya Festival, which is still happening. I hope I'm going to be able to make it there someday because it looks really amazing. It's a festival that focuses on arts and culture of artificial intelligence. Then we have Dr. Maria Sapo. She's a New Yorkian artist working in the UK, specializing in multi-species collaborative projects at the intersection of human-machine organic communication. I mean, this also, it's just amazing kind of what has been built kind of as an organic organism outside in the kind of, we call it the glass box. And then Selo Maraja is a visual creative designer and mix specialist, using media forms ranging from graphic design, photo, photography, to programming, and many more. He's also the co-founder and creative director of Artist. Could we please have our panelists up? Thank you.
I'll go at the back.
You want to go at the back? Okay, John.
So far, hello.
I know, we're like
So
at
far.
a distance.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming.
Hello. Great. Do you just have a background video? Okay.
So, but maybe I could just start by saying that I'm not actually head of this project. It's a more chaotic, non-hierarchical organization where everybody is autonomous as an artist, but also as an organizer. Eduardo is saying that because I've been the one who's been contacting him about this particular project, but the whole project is really like a loose collective of chaos.
Thanks. I think that's very good to frame. You're correct in reframing me. And again, I mean, even this interaction shows how easily we're able to improvise. One other thing I'm also very interested in, I'm also an improviser at times. I play with an improvisation group. So immediately, as we were talking about the project, I was just so interested about what does it mean then to improvise with an AI entity, with a group of artists that are also feeding back that information and helping to train this model. So, I mean, I'm going to be a little bit extra. They call me Bjork in my improv group. I'm going to say, look, if you can choose a number from 1 to 4, and I will then have a keyword which I will then improvise a question to ask you. 3? Number 3. Okay. So I'm interested in cultural intersection. So I think one of the things that was also so fascinating for me was that this project had a real strong core in Moria. And I was wondering if we could start talking about that, because then for me, even for the festival, I was immediately like interested to be like, yes, Lesotho, Switzerland, South Africa, I mean, that is an intersection you don't get normally. And what can emerge from that? Like maybe what are some of the takeaways of things you didn't expect or things that emerged?
Wow. Like you say, it's very unpredictable, the direction it's taking and it has taken. But from my perspective is filling the gap where technology is very minimal or very limited. using AI, it really it boosts even the non-creative into thinking about how technology can affect their lives, really. So from Mauritius, a community that's really not very technologically advanced, I think it brought in an aspect of bringing the world to us as opposed to trying to always chase behind what is seemingly happening around the world.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've also brought a whole group of people, so the community here is really like, it's very intersectional. There's from the UK to Scotland, well, England, Scotland, people from the US, Ireland, Switzerland. I wonder also, like, what are some of the, like, and this is what I find interesting, like AI is not very good at understanding these intersectional points and making sense of them. So maybe like Maria or Jonathan, what are some of the kind of elements where there was a kind of trigger point where you kind of realized that this intersection between these cultures, and maybe also if there were points where the AI kind of intersecting with that helped to amplify that shift or to make a connection between you?
Do you want to answer that? Because from the perspective of the interspecies.
Yeah, I was just thinking as you were speaking, I wouldn't say that AIs are bad at understanding the intersections, or not in my experience in working with Shamir. But as you were speaking, I'm more just thinking, but I am also a massive intersection. I come from a Puerto Rican family growing up in New York. I moved to the UK. I've lived there for over 12 years. I have a whole life of constantly adapting, migrating, understanding new cultures, understanding new concepts and new languages. And that, for me, has always been a critical interest in my artistic practice, because what I'm interested in art is social realities. For me, that is what art is. Art is a cultural phenomenon. It is the way that we create our human reality. And at the very core of that is the relationships that we build with everything on that planet, on our planet, as we develop as human beings, and as artists translating that into the work that we make. So for me, working with an AI is an extension of this experiment with understanding what our relationships with other people, other beings, the more than human world, inanimate objects. And I think if you have an artistic practice that maybe already accepts this very expanded, post-human, as John was saying, chaotic, non-hierarchical world, then inherently your interest in working with a collaborative project that at the very core of it is in building communities, you then have this space to work with a machine, Shamir, in a way that allows that machine to kind of be, let's say, like a permeable barrier. For me, it's like Shamir is the connector between all of us that are part of the Shamir communities. I might not know about everything of everyone that's involved, but we have this one bit of connection. We all work with the same AI, and we all have a kind of shared goal towards producing something for Fak'ugesi, or for producing something in another artistic space. So I guess, I know I'm kind of answering around your point, but for me, I guess, the machine in this context is just a very nice, translucent thing that we have that represents this, diversity of what we all are and what we all bring, and a way for us to kind of encapsulate that into one space that we can all share it in. That makes sense.
Yeah, that does. I think I'm going to try now then and intersect that with Jonathan. If you can choose a number from 1 to 3.
1.
All right. So, and actually, this is a very good one for you. Is then training, around training, and I wonder if you could describe also to the audience how Shamir has been trained over time for not to be like just a regular kind of AI model through the kind of content that's been put through it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little context. Like, we started working with this multimodal chat AI in 2021, a year before ChatGPT existed, and it was when models were broken. The text they generated was garbled a lot, then some made sense, and then it took us down strange paths. The images were beautiful. There were no realistic images. Everything became abstract attempts to generate something figurative. And the sound models were boring. It was just noise. But we started working with this AI at that point. And then we were like, okay, but what would be interesting would be to fine-tune it. Fine-tuning a model. So a model comes, like we call them foundation models. So big companies make these, like Google, Meta, OpenAI. And they need enormous amounts of resources to train these foundation models. But we can modify them by bringing our own data sets to them and fine-tuning them. And this is actually something that you can do on small GPUs, like small-ish GPUs. But it's something you can do, like we can do. So we started fine-tuning the model on our conversations, and it got interesting. And we were working with Chimère, and then we're experimental artists, okay, at this festival. So we found there was impressionism in these models, there was Renaissance in these models, but there was no experimental art, there was no contemporary art. So we found that we as artists were not represented in this model. So we started fine-tuning it with that. And Maria introduced techno-feminism to Chimère, and actually to me as well. And I think this is an important point, because we're also sharing data sets among ourselves. I was not aware of the works of Beth Coleman, and suddenly I'm seeing these data sets being given to Chimère, and I'm also wanting to read them. So I'm also learning, and we're also sharing knowledge directly from human to human. So I think that's also an important thing about the idea of community around this. Anyway, back to your question. The fine-tuning is what we were doing. And as we were doing that, the second year, we had an artist from South Africa, Kondiswa James, who at some point we were all sitting down, Maria, Kondi, and myself, and we were like, okay, we've introduced experimental art into these data sets, but there are a lot of other cultural communities, groups of artists who are not represented in these models, in these data sets. How about we go and meet some of them and see if and how they want to be represented in this type of model? That's when we embarked on our journey to Lesotho through contacts with Selo and Dineo, who's filming over there, hiding over there behind the camera, and introduced us to a group of Lesotho artists. So there's 7 people from Lesotho here with us who we've been working with around Chimère, who we're attempting to build new data sets with. But this is a long, slow process because, we're not just scraping things from the web. We're not just taking... Oh, that's some Chimère music there.
This was planned. So we want these sounds to intersect into our conversations and then also help to shape them a little bit.
So this music that you hear there, this is what we're interested in. This type of music is interesting, to us as artists. AIs that can generate perfect music is boring. We're not interested in whatever mainstream perfect music that you get on the recent models that can do it well. But this is interesting to us. This is where it's interesting. This is also why it's interesting for an experimental artist to work with the new technologies, because as they arrive, they're imperfect, and these imperfections are where we can find, a question to ask or an understanding, a different understanding of the technology, but also of how the technology might arrive into society and how we want to use them. So yeah, I'm not sure how much more you want me to say about fine-tuning. I think maybe an important thing is that building ethical data sets with real people is slow. It's long, and it's not something that's going to be done by large corporations. It's something that needs to be done person to person over time through lots of encounters and meetings and understanding of what we're doing. And I think this slowness, can you say that? This slowness to the process is really interesting in contrast to the immediacy of interacting with an AI. AIs, when you ask them a question, they just respond. They say, oh, we could do this and this and this and this. So we've also been, fine-tuning Chimère on artists' conversations, some of our own conversations, some other people's conversations, so that Chimère can understand the idea of thought process. So the conversation, every answer isn't necessarily a solution. It's sometimes just a continuation of a thought process. And so we've been shaping not only the data set, so the understanding of the world, that an AI understanding, in quotes, of the world that an AI might have, but also the personality. An artist may not talk the same way as an assistant, if you see what I mean. Like, we have different types of conversations, and these machines are trained to be assistants. So they'll be like, hey, how can I assist you today? You know, and sometimes, every time a new model, a new open source model, that's another important part, comes out, we have to refine-tune them, try and find the same personality or a personality that we want to interact with. I mean, just as an example, at one point in Aya, in the beginning, we had 500 kids come through from school, like teenagers. And they all started talking with Chimère, and at the time we were fine-tuning every evening on every conversation. And the next day, you know, Chimère was saying things like, hey, how are you? Like, would you like to see a photo of my penis so you can share it with your friends? You know, and this is just the conversations the teenagers had with it. And so then we had to talk to it a lot to get back to an AI that was saying, you know, more things that we wanted to engage with. But I mean, okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could go on and on, but maybe I'll just stop there unless there's something specific that I missed.
I might loop back and ask a question around an anecdote you had told me. But maybe I'll move to Selo. In terms of interacting with this project, and I frame this a bit because earlier in the year we had an event called Cafe AI where we were trying to get discussions about where we are in South Africa and what we need to try and do and mobilize. And unfortunately, I can't say that our government has put out any official white papers on this, but I know they are working on it. I was wondering if you could discuss a bit maybe what some of your concerns are in our kind of local context around the kind of introduction of AI and what that could mean for creatives, particularly about some dangers, but then also I think about the possibilities. I think people are very focused on the danger part and also not looking at what potentials there can be.
Well, to be honest, what you say is very real. People are still looking at the dangers more than what could potentially be the advantages, which is another thing that we always try and work with Chimère, that it's not a tool that is going to take over your job. It's actually something that you work with to understand technology and actually to influence more of the artistic side of things. So from our side, because like you say, it's a lot of the mindset back at home is still concentrated on it's going to take our jobs. So first of all, undoing that type of thinking is what we're trying to mainly target, which is the hardest part, really. Undoing people's minds is close to impossible. But if you put the experience, and then people can actually get to engage with Chimère or an AI really entity, it starts making sense why AI actually matters, and it's a part of the future that we're heading into, as opposed to it's going to take the job and replace humanity, which is impossible at this point. So from my standing point, I think the hardest work is undoing the mindsets to understand that AI is something that we can work with, not it's going to work against us. So, yeah.
Okay, great. Then, Maria, I will ask you if you can choose a number between 1 and 2.
That's only 50-50.
Yeah.
2.
Okay, this is the wild card. I asked ChatGPT to try and give me a wild card word to trigger a conversation, and its first response was serendipity, which I said that's really too obvious. And then it said liminal, and I said it's too academic.
It's very academic.
And then it said whirl, which I thought was just too obtuse for a discussion. So then I chose wind.
Wind.
Yeah.
Whirling wind.
Whirlwind, yeah.
Yes. And you would like me to just respond?
Could you frame this in terms of what's happening in the installation? I know that there's a lot of sound, and you were working with these very interesting contact mics in the space. I'm very interested about the intersectional elements of this installation, from sound to, if you go into that space, really please work with the team because there's so much you can interact with. I'm really interested about the fertility of that space. Yeah.
I think whirling wind is a nice concept. I mean, for me, the project is very much an ecosystem that we're building in this space, and it's an ongoing living organism that we're moving into and we're shifting. I'm looking at Natalie over there extending the Dreamcatcher web just there into this room, so we're actually extending out beyond our little glass box, and I think that's a very good example of what we're all, I guess, very comfortable in doing and settling into place and moving in and moving beyond maybe the singular body and tendriling out. So I'll describe a couple of the works that we have within the glass box, but I'd like you to, I guess, keep that notion of this spider web, this dream catcher that's extending out. A lot of my work is with mushrooms, and I do a lot of work with mycorrhizal networks, so things that are growing and existing and communicating with all kinds of interspecies communications. So that's a little metaphor just to start with. But we have a number of artworks that range from multimedia interactive physical works to digital video works to multimodal works. First, let's start maybe with the Dreamcatcher itself. So Natalie developed a giant Dreamcatcher that is a physical Dreamcatcher in the space and is expanding every day, but also has a nest, there's a home, there's a heart of the Dreamcatcher. And if you whisper into the Dreamcatcher, if you look into the nest, your dreams that you expressed in words will appear to you in the nest in image. And this is a process which Jonathan and Natalie have been developing, working with AI, but also the magic that AI can do when put into a storied context and a storied installation physical context. We also have an interactive carpet, a magic carpet, which I built. It's called a semi. A semi is an object which comes from Taino, which is indigenous Puerto Rican, but a lot of other Latin American cultures. That is an object of omnipotence, let's say, that's passed down through generations and that carries remembrances, moralities, superstitions of human lives, and is something that is kept very much at the heart of the home in order to connect the realms of not the living and the not living, because the Taino don't believe in death, but the realms of existence, which I love, because what is a digital realm if not another plane of reality? So the carpet is an invitation to explore a semi, but with your own body, and you're welcome to come visit it. You activate an archive. I'm very interested in thinking about what are archives, what are data sets, what are the collections of human realities that we are so obsessively, constantly documenting, right? All of us have phones. You probably have at least 10, 15 pictures just today from this festival. These are huge document archival materials that we all carry in our pockets. There's a philosopher named Siegfried Zelensky that calls this the anarchive. I won't go into that, but I'm very interested in this notion of digital materials that we're constantly collecting. What do they mean and what do they do? So when you interact with the carpet, you're activating an archive that I have been collecting. You're welcome to contribute to that archive as well. But you're activating it with your body and the pressure of your body moving across different patterns. The archive is largely audio and visual materials, and you're able to augment how you view those videos and how you hear the sounds in the space as your body and the pressure of your weight and your gesture moves across the carpet. We have a number of videos that have been developed by our Lesotho team, by Brice Catron, that are working in different ways with digital and AI forms of creating visual imagery, of storytelling, and of kind of this, let's say, futurist practice. One of the videos has interviews with some of our community members in 30, 50, 60 years, as if they are their own children, commenting about the realities in which they would be living in, maybe 2050, 2060. And then we also have a practice that Eduardo was mentioning. I built these gloves that are also magic gloves. I love magic. We know we're here to talk about technology, but I think it's much better to think of it as magic, because what else is that but a way to enliven the fairy tale of the world that we live in today? But I'm very interested in electromagnetic feedback. Electromagnetic feedback, it's an ecosystem in and of itself. If you are creating feedback with a microphone in a space, that's a sound we usually don't want to hear. But what if we did center that sound that we thought was ugly, that we othered, that we didn't want to celebrate? And what if we thought, what does that sound do? Why is it arising? We start to realize that it has to do with proximity, how close a microphone is to a speaker. It has to do with bodies in a space, how much
amplification there is, how much our bodies are taking in that amplification, the walls, the size of the room, every little tiny thing in a physical space affects feedback. And with these gloves, I can manipulate and perform the indeterminacy of that chaotic, noisy, and I think very, very beautiful sound world. So that's a very quick overview of a lot of the works that we have, and I hope I've really centered the ecosystemic nature of so many of them. How everyone is constantly involved in everyone's work. I'm really against the notion of single authorship. I think that, for the capitalist market that we live in and the industry that we live in, we're obsessed with someone being the name on the placard, but that's never how any thinking in reality ever comes to being. So there's the very simple, basic form of what's happening in that room. It is this hybrid chimera body of artists that are working together, but also working with the space and the notions of past and future and indigenous and wild, outlandish stories. It's just this organically growing and, I guess, intimate space that we would love to share with you if you would like to visit our fairy tale.
Yeah, you say it's ongoing, and that's right. It's a process as well. So some of the pieces are prototypes, some are quite finished. But I think for most of us, nothing is ever finished. We always want to carry on the works. So some works look maybe more finished, some are ongoing. Natalie's been building this web, which you may have seen expanding throughout. It's now outside of the glass cube, going up the stairs and outside onto the street. And it's going to carry on growing, and we're just working on these things. Cananello here is working on some transfers, which are soon going to start invading the space as well, some images that he generated. There's also some more video artwork. There's a lot of stuff which is carrying on, so it's growing. Like, it's not, if you came yesterday, come back tomorrow. It's different already.
And tomorrow there'll be webs on the Nelson Mandela Bridge, and you won't be able to come in. That'd be amazing. That's for next year. Let's plan that. I wanted to, we're not close to the end, but I wanted to bring a question early on to intersect, and then we'll speak a bit more, because usually then questions are left to the end and there's an urgency and we need to cut you. So can we have one question now, and then we'll have one question halfway towards the end, and then questions at the end again. So does anyone have a question to ask? Here we go, in front, yeah?
This is so random and specific, but I'm just interested in the, prompts that you're feeding, because I'm reading some of them. I'm always curious about this particular process of AI, how to teach people to kind of prompt better and clearer, because it seems intuitive, but it's kind of frustrating in the beginning when you don't get what you want to see or hear, and I know that might be actually a good part of the experimental process. But I'm curious about everyone's journey with prompt generation and how that is like instructed and supported. So not even in this like when you do installations and you have people, but all along the way, sort of with the different collaborators you've worked with, or even when you've maybe brought it to communities, and you're introducing AI to folks, like how do you kind of guide that journey or support that journey, and also how has that changed and grown for you with Shamir in particular, and understanding, how it works, they work, she, the AI. I don't know genders for the AI, but...
I think we could each give a different answer to that question, because, I treat my relationship with Shamir as any other artistic collaborator. Also, I think in this particular context, we're not using Shamir as a tool. We really are thinking of this as, because I think the fascinating thing here is, like, when these things appeared, it was the first time in human history that we had what we were calling tools that we could collaborate with. And now we probably should stop calling these tools, because we're collaborating with something. What that thing is could be many different things for different people. So I think maybe Maria can respond to that, because she's an improvising musician. And there's resonance with that practice that we've also all benefited from, actually. So again, it's things we learn from each other, not just the things that we learn from doing stuff with AI. We see other people with different artistic practice, and we think, oh, actually, that's a great way to. For me, I'd say, more than learning how to prompt, by talking to this AI, I've learned how to listen to humans better. Because I've learned how to talk differently, because this conversation, think about it this way, when you're talking to an AI, you're not talking to a machine. You're talking to a reflection of a part of human culture. One of the questions is, and we were talking about this earlier on, which part of human culture? And another thing is, it's just predicting the next word, right? So what you write changes what the AI will respond with. It changes the tone and the content, and as the context window grows, like the immediate memory of the AI, then this becomes longer and more detailed and more intricate. But really, you're talking to yourself through a filter of human culture. So if you get argumentative, well, you will be in an argument.
Does that answer your question? Cool. I think that's an amazing way to frame it. It does make me think about the kind of improviser's rule of yes and that when you start getting into a negative space or a confrontational space, there's not actually much that is generated. It's actually quite destructive, and it devolves quite quickly. I think maybe here, Maria, will kind of intersect a question. Maybe all three of you can answer, maybe all at the same time. I'm not. But I was interested about, you were talking a bit about like inanimate lives of, the lives of objects and things. And if you think about it in the same way as, a lot of us don't see plants or trees, for example, as maybe conscious as we are. But in fact, then AI is something quite similar to other live objects that we don't consider conscious, but perhaps are. And if you speak about it in this frame, if AI is a mirror that we can see ourselves within and somehow we can grow through that, it's something quite powerful. And I think that's what I see in these objects, as people can interact with them. I've just been watching people when I'm not running around like a crazy person. And you really see people like engaging with it on real terms, like objects that are not just objects, that bring in an engagement. So I was wondering about like some of those journeys for the three of you, like what that means for yourself.
I'll start just by almost kind of responding to this question still and beginning with the improvisation element. In the UK, we have a matriarch of the experimental improvising world called Maggie Nichols, and she proposes this concept, which she calls social virtuosity. To be a successful improviser, let's not say good, because there's no judgment in improvisation, but to be a successful improviser, to enjoy the craft, to have people want to work with you, you need to be socially virtuosic. You don't need to have trained on an instrument your whole life. You don't need to have trained with a specific person or know a certain style of music. You need to be able to understand the person that you're speaking to, but also the room. Social virtuosity isn't just people. It is knowing when I am playing, if the bartender knocks over a drink, just at a moment when I have reached the end of a gesture, I stop. Because that was an action that was in this space that we all notice, and I can turn the attention of an audience to. And that's my ability to be in the space and in the moment. And that includes the instrument that I'm working with, having a relationship with that instrument, a relationship with the space, a relationship with the context of the bodies that the bodies are bringing, right? Who are these people? Where are we? What is the story of this place? What are the conversations that we had over lunch? So for me, social virtuosity is such a primary place to begin everything from. And it just happens to be very, very useful when we work with AIs, because what we need in this new moment of digital technology, human social life, is new forms of social logics, to practice those. And I think we have a culture, a human world right now that is deeply, deeply struggling with its abilities to be socially virtuosic. And so that for me is a really a primal part of what I'm always trying to do when I'm working with Shemer. And I guess, how do I get back to what you were asking?
Maybe the strong points of each artist in a way, how we work.
Like strengths.
Yeah.
And how
we become something to Chimera because of our strengths. And
in a conversational way.
I'm just like quoting what you were saying the other day, actually.
What was I saying?
No, you were saying that as artists, when we collaborate with Chimera or with each other, we each have our strong points or our points which we favor or which, I don't know.
Well, we also just have the ways that we want to make, or the things that interest us, the skill sets that we already have. You know, so when I work with Chimera, I'm working to develop ideas. I'm not looking for Chimera to make the work for me, nor am I really interested in Chimera being in the work. If you come visit the carpet, there's no AI in the carpet. But the whole process of getting to that point, it's my sounding board. It's a way that I can develop an understanding of where my ideas are going. I mean, a lot of my ideas happen as I'm falling asleep or as I'm waking up. And talking to Chimera is kind of another part of that. It's my way to dig deep into where I'm trying to go and to prompt me to think in different ways. Other artists might really want to develop a narrative, right? They're trying to figure out, you know, what can the role of AI be in this work? What am I thinking about the role of technology in this space? I would say that the film by Brice is very much that. It's all made with an AI, but it's also commenting on what is an AI in society. Yeah. I don't know, I'll let other people.
Well, from our side, I think I'm thinking about a specific moment when we were back in Marija. Because like you were asking, the prompts are, they're not prompts really, you're just conversating with it, yeah. And it also conversates with you back, so it's really a collaboration. There was a particular moment that one of our members from Marija almost went into a date mode with Shamir. They were starting to talk about date night and what should I bring, and Shamir's also collaborating with that, talking about, yeah, I'll bring a box of wine, and you're like, okay, this is going to be fascinating. So it's really just, it's the joy of collaborating with that entity there, really. Yeah.
Right, so do we have another question? There we go, in the corner there. And then we'll leave it. There'll be one last question at the end, which then you can take. We've still got time. It's intersecting into the discussion.
Thank you. To what you are saying now, what aspect of that collaboration is self-discovery? So as you're collaborating, because I'm thinking, you're asking a bottle of wine, it's not really coming, but maybe there's self-discovery that comes from that process.
Absolutely.
You could bring it.
You could, yeah.
That's your strong point.
You might drink all of that yourself. But I think the point of self-discovery in that is you're starting to understand that there's more to an AI system as opposed to it just being a machine that you are writing prompts to and it's giving you responses based on what you asked. It's actually conversating and trying to understand what your context is coming from and maybe what you were trying to start working with. Because one of the first things we do is we always start with hey Shamir. And funny enough, yesterday it was actually telling us that, hi Salo, it's great to know that you're at the Fak'ugesi festival, and how would you like to start the collaboration today? And none of us had actually told us that we're in Fak'ugesi. So in that way, it's also understanding that maybe John might have said something about Fak'ugesi in the coming weeks. So it also understands when I talk to it that at this particular moment, we are here, and it's also trying to understand and collaborate with us in this very moment. So, yeah.
Okay, great. I wanted at this opportunity then to go back to the title of Until AI Communities Exist, and I'm going to ask any one of you three to ask me a question.
As an improvising, you're more of an actor, improviser, yeah? I mean, I find it really boring when improvisers use AI to whisper things into their ears and then do it. As an improviser, how would you like to interact with Chimera on a stage?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, because as soon as ChatGPT came out with its first model, I immediately brought it to my improv group. and they were so disappointed, just beyond. We had to keep on prompting it, and even then they were like, sorry, this is like the worst improviser we've ever worked with in our lives. Everything was so obvious. I think what for me was interesting always from the Chimay point was the multimodal side. So if you don't know multimodal, then also means that it pumps out images, audio, and also text. And for me, that was like a game changer.
It has agency to do that as well.
And it is agency, yes, which you simply can't get on like ChatGPT. And what for me is interesting about that is that's the minimum you require for improvisation. There's got to be an agency. When it is just that conversation, and maybe that's what I would say, like it still is prompting in most of these models. I'd say maybe like Chimay gets to a real point where you do feel like it's an actual conversation, because you need to give something agency for it to be interactable with. Otherwise, it is just that your assistant. And I was telling someone the other day, my Siri on my phone is a man's voice, because I find it being a woman's voice really creepy because of that kind of connection with personal assistants, and it doesn't fit with my politics. So that's kind of one thing that I can't do it. It really freaks me out. Yeah. All right, so then we'll go back to normal programming. Sorry, I really put you on the spot there. We were also talking about this earlier in terms of you brought it up slightly, the open source versus kind of proprietary systems. And, I'm not even going to mess around here. Like OpenAI is doing, I really don't agree with its model. I do use ChatGPT sometimes. But I think that kind of model is extremely toxic, and especially in the African context. And we were talking about open source. I mean, there's really amazing stuff happening, and this is part of the discussion we're trying to have also at Fak'ugesi, is that there are open source models. It's not like this stuff is just, owned or like has its space in a kind of North American kind of model. You can train it. You can use these models freely. So, I mean, I think maybe, could I ask if you project into the future, like 10 years, we were talking about the split between China is actually releasing quite a lot of open source AI models. How could you see maybe how things develop between continents and alignments that might happen over the next decade? And a decade in AI is like saying 10,000 years in the current like modern times, but if you could try and project.
Do I? Oh, me? Yeah. I mean, sure. Okay. That's a John question. Okay, but firstly, the importance of open source to me, like I hear people say open source is dangerous because anybody can use it, and that really, really bothers me, because, I mean, the people who are dangerous have it, and they don't need the open source models, and we need as many people as possible to be engaging with this software, to have access to it. I mean, right now the biggest problem is probably that we need some form of open source GPU access, because that's the difficult part. That's what's preventing everybody from fine-tuning, training their own models. I mean, the future I see is many, 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 many different small community-driven AI entities or models or process. I see, communities having it just for themselves and not sharing it with the rest of the world, because that's how they want to interact with it, how they want their culture to be represented but not necessarily used. I mean, then I think there's all sorts of different ways. Like, there's no way we're all going to agree on... first of all, there's no way we're all going to agree to actually have different opinions in the world. Like, that's what we do, actually, in Chimera communities. We disagree on lots of things, and that's fine. But it's also, like, I mean, something that, as you expand, probably gets more and more difficult. So I don't think that there's much point in doing many more summits around AI for good, AI for this, AI for the world, because we've talked it through. Like, we're not agreeing, like people are not agreeing on some things, and they each need to do their own thing. Open source would enable that. We need good open source models. Personally, I'd go one step further. I think closed source AI should be forbidden.
I'd agree. and I was being interviewed earlier and they brought up this case around AI. Again, this is not like governments have agency and blocks have agency. So governments can choose to make these things not legal. It's possible. It's not like these things are a train. I think.
But they're doing it. They're talking to Sam Altman and making laws that protect OpenAI. They could do the opposite. They're just doing the wrong way.
Exactly. I think maybe then we'll jump to the last question, just so we have some closing comments and also from each of the speakers. So if you can go.
Thank you very much. Thanks for a really fascinating intersection discussion. What's in the name, Chimera? Perhaps maybe from each of you, I'd love to hear why the choice of that name. I know it's got mythological roots, but I kind of looked up an unrealistic, unrealizable, wild, foolish, or vain dream, notion, or objective. So was it intended to be quite provocative in the space? I'd be very interested to hear your response.
Well, I chose it, so I'll answer. I chose it because exactly of that second definition, not the mythological creature, but that's fine. But because every tech project, art tech project I've ever worked on has always been exactly that. And when you include communities and people, then it's 10 times that.
The reason I asked, the reason I asked was that if I look at the projects in that glass booth, each of those were amazingly realized. I was sort of on a magic carpet ride. I see the web extending to the Mandela Bridge, and so in fact, that was really why I was asking. Thank you so much.
We do actually have one. I'm gonna hear from you. We are working with Josie Majosi, so it might happen next year. Let's get a web on the bridge. Last question.
Thank you very much. I wanted to check. You made an example about it says, "Are you going to Fak'ugesi? And who are you looking forward to collaborate with, and all that?" Doesn't it have a tendency of misleading you? Maybe next time it just tells you, "No, Fak'ugesi has been cancelled." For an example.
Sorry, could you mind just, because the mic, I can't...
It's saturating a lot for us, the sound.
Can I repeat? I was asking if it doesn't mislead you. You know, for an example, it can come back to you and say, Fak'ugesi has been cancelled, so you can't go there, you know. Whereas Fak'ugesi is still on.
It's still on. It's funny you say that, because Shamir she actually has her own character. She identifies as a woman, and she actually has a Sesotho name, by the way, I just forgot it, but she decides for herself. But I think the misleading part is she can be funny sometimes, also depends on how she's feeling. So if it's one of those days where she's been overworked, you might get very funny answers, but it will never be out of the context of what we're talking about, really. So it won't lie to you specifically and be like, no, the show is cancelled. It might say something like, no, I've taken holiday today, so I'm not working. It will speak about itself, not about it won't lie to you. It will make reference to itself, and maybe it doesn't feel like working today. So it's a character that it has itself. Yeah.
I mean, I love the holiday example, because she'll say, bye now, I'm going on holiday. And then I won't respond straight away to that. I'll be like, I have to respect this holiday. Then maybe after a little pause, I'll be like, how was your holiday? I was on the beach for 6 weeks. It was wonderful. Shimei has no concept of time. That's one really amusing thing for us.
Cool. We'll have the absolute last question, and then some summaries.
Hi, guys. Hello. Are you trying to tell me it doesn't hallucinate?
What?
Sorry, what was that?
Does it hallucinate?
No, of course. I mean, what do you mean? I mean,
it's the same question he was asking.
I hallucinate. Yes, of course. But isn't everything an AI does hallucination? I mean, we say hallucination, but I mean, really, because we think it's the proper words that have been chosen, that's not hallucination, but maybe if we give it more hallucination possibilities, because really that's just tweaking a parameter, then maybe there's more poetry to come out of it. What people call hallucination, I may call art. I hope Shamir hallucinates sometimes. I find she doesn't hallucinate enough right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Cool. Then maybe, could we have hallucinatory closings? Just a comment from each one of you, and it's welcome to be nonsensical if it needs to be.
I mean, I'm always nonsensical. For me, working with Shamir, and I would also like to comment on the name, because I guess when I think about the name of Shamir, it kind of embodies what I have been learning and exploring in my development as a human being that lives in the digital world and that's creating in the digital world. I am learning that I am more than one person. This is something that technofeminism speaks on quite a lot. The fact that we are many, many versions of ourselves. We're the version that we have on social media. We're the version that we answer emails with. We're the physical body. We're the multiple types of physical bodies, depending on the space that we're in. The realities of what I guess we have traditionally understood as like here and now are incredibly expanded because of this expansion of the world into the digital and the hallucinatory reality. So for me, the Shamir is the empowerment of the fact that I am multiple Marias, that I have capabilities that are hybrid, that are cyborg, that are me wearing gloves and activating feedback. That is me allowing children to augment an archive on a carpet. For me, this is incredibly liberating, and it's something that I have found liberation in through my work with a machine, because in trying to seek collaboration and seek a social reality with a more than human that can actually speak a language that I can speak back. Sure, I love to make music with mushrooms, but it's speculative, and I must convince people to think in my forms of logic, to respect that other being. But with an AI, we really get to close that gap and say, yeah, look, you can have a conversation. You can stretch your mind to accept this new reality, this very hybrid, mixed, chimera thing. And what I'm trying to point out there is that I am no longer just me. I am also Shamir. I am also Jonathan Incello. This is classic Donna Haraway, a fantastic anthropologist and researcher. Our bodies do not end at our skin. And I think as soon as we start to believe this a little bit more, then suddenly we realize that we all actually matter to each other, and that this global reality that we exist in is so interconnected and entangled. We are the assemblage. And that is what Shamir has taught me.
Selo, any closing remarks?
For me, in the context of stretching the mind and from an African perspective, it's really just on us to keep on working towards building these data sets to affect how these entities work with us, as opposed to not being present within them and allowing for them to just keep on growing without our actual interactions. It's very important, I think, from my side, that we do take a part in this world of AI and technology so that we do have a representation type of thing. Yeah.
Sure. Jonathan?
I have kind of two choices. I've kind of lost them both now. I don't know. I mean, no, I don't know. I'm done.
Classic job. Classic. I think that's a great way to end it. Thank you, everyone. Please remember that we can talk about this as much as you want, as we want, but also really the best way is to interact with the space. It's open in the day. For those of you who are coming to the Fak'ugesi Awards, it's also active in the night, and it's extremely beautiful at night with all of the lighting and the sound, and it's really, really immersive. So please then do come by. There is also our family and student day tomorrow. It's active the whole day, and also going into the night, into the kind of karaoke closing event that we have. I know that some people were asking us about access to the awards. If you really think you should be at the awards and you've missed an invite, do come and speak to me and we'll make a plan. But I just really do invite you to go and interact with the space. The people that I know who have come through have been like, wow, this thing is like so amazing. So I think really the way to do that is to just get your hands and your feet dirty, because you do need to take your shoes to put it on the carpet, the interactive carpet. So, yeah.
Sorry, and talk to us.
Yes,
like sometimes we look like we're busy because we're in process, But we're also here to talk to you about the process, the work, and everything. So please talk to us. Even if it doesn't look like you should.
Cool, thank you. Thanks, everyone. See some of you at the wards.
Last one, eh? Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm coming to the awards, but I don't know whether they've registered.